He's about 15 minutes late this morning.
Okay. So let's see, 1, 2, 3.
Where's Anita?
5. One. Who are we? Who are they then? Oh yeah.
Still need Anita and Dave.
Is Anita on here? No.
So I guess we're waiting on Anita. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody, Mr. Williams has let us know that our meeting is streaming live now. He just gave us that quick update in our chat box. So we are live with the public this morning. And good morning.
Good morning, Westminster.
Was that your Robin Williams imitation there, David?
Not quite. I couldn't quite muster that. You want to try?
No, sir.
Good morning.
All right, gentlemen, looks like Anita's joined us. Everybody who's going to be here from the start's ready here. If everybody else is ready, let's go.
Yes, sir. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen right away to get us underway. Thanks for coming back. We always take that as a good sign. Just a really quick hit on the agenda this morning, reminding you what we talked about yesterday. The real focus today is on two things. We're going to start where we left off yesterday and dive into the vision statement and see if we can craft something or get close to crafting something that will work for you. And then we're going to shift around an hour and a half into what we'll spend the rest of the day doing, which is intended to really focus on the upcoming budget cycle. There will be a extensive presentation by the finance team to give you on the council a sense of where the city is right now with respect to financial conditions and projections and so forth. And that will really carry us through the end of the day with some hopeful direction from the council or guidance or input, whatever the right verb is, to the staff so they can go back and begin to really roll up their sleeves and prepare a budget that meets your expectations and the priorities that you'll set. We're scheduled for a not later than 3 adjournment. And I phrased it as not later than, but as a practical matter, given the weight of some of the material that you're going to see and discuss, we could run a little bit long. And if there is a hard stop that any of you have beyond 3, let me know. So we'll try to manage to that. Several of you mentioned, a couple of you anyway, mentioned to us in our meetings, well, we like to talk a lot. We may run long, and we certainly don't want to cut off useful discussion. Our target is 3. If it takes a little bit more, go. So just a quick review of yesterday, and not to dissect it so much as to just remind you, we spent the morning working on how to better understand each other and our styles and how we think and work in a group. And we again hope that today you'll apply some of that understanding of the group dynamics to have productive conversations today. I will say, I think it's fair to say that you guys did a great job yesterday and in terms of working and respectfully collaborating with one another. So good work. Council protocols, we got a start on, but we didn't finish. We found that we were spending a lot of time on an important topic to you, and so the consensus was to defer that to a future study session. We got a few things captured, which we'll share with you in our notes, but did not get to the end of that particular agenda item. We got an update on on the strategic plan and sort of the if you will, slowing down or adjustment of some of the initiatives documented in the plan out of recognition of the new realities that you're operating in. But the general sense was we're on track. The plan's still valid, and it's still taking us in a broad sense where we want to go. We then heard about the updated, the sort of the abbreviated community engagement activities that we did in preparation for this workshop. And we then dove into the vision statement. So we got a lot done yesterday, and we've got a lot more to do today. Any reflections, any, having sort of noodled on any of this overnight, any comments or any observations or any feedback that you want to give us about yesterday before we move forward? Anything we could do better to make it this day useful for you?
Rich, you got something? Looks like Rich has got your mic on. Did you want to add something? Go ahead.
I'm having headset issues. Thank you, though. Nothing to add.
All right,
Okay.
Kathy? Did you have anything you wanted to add?
It's like
Okay.
you're good, David.
All right, very good. So-
Dave, just for the record, David is joined, so we have all of council on the call at this time.
Oh, great. Great. So, as promised, Mike and I took the material, the word cloud, and the various dialogue around that word clause to knock out a few potential vision statements for you to look at. And the kind of the way we plan to facilitate this is I'm going to share with you 3 versions of a draft of a Westminster vision statement, and then I'll allow you or ask you, encourage you, beg you to comment on those. And then we'll see if we can, through sort of picking bits and pieces of those 3 or other concepts that we may have left out, to craft something that gets closer to a vision statement that you can be comfortable with. So here goes. Here's option 1. So this is the one that is the most economical in terms of language. Very, very concise. Westminster, the most livable community in the Colorado Front Range. The idea being that livability really encapsulates many of those word cloud comments as a very big umbrella. Withhold comment for now, and I'm going to move through all 3, and then we'll work through them one by one. Number 2. Nestled in the Front Range of the Colorado Rocky Mountains, Westminster is a safe, vibrant, and inclusive community providing a world-class quality of life for all. So here we're trying to get in some of the inclusivity, welcoming, quality of life for all. Safe was something we spent a good bit of time talking about. Some of you really like the word community as opposed to city. So that's sort of the underpinnings of this one. And then 3rd, a thriving community of safe neighborhoods, safety again, neighborhoods concept in there. Open space, beautiful open spaces, sustainable growth. Remember that sustainability or sustainable was the biggest single word term in virtually every one of the, I think all of the word clouds that we built, and a welcoming hometown atmosphere. So here's what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to switch my screen to a Word document so I can start to capture thoughts. So then let's just go one by one and get some feedback. Can you see the, call it a flip chart that I have up now? Okay. So just kind of weigh in. What do you like about, if you like anything, about the most livable community of the Colorado Front Range? What do you like about it? What do you not like about it? Anybody?
What makes it more livable than another?
Mhm.
It's nothing to me. It's completely, I don't see anything aspirational or exciting or descriptive about that. I truly do not like it at all.
Okay.
I would have to agree. I don't really like it. The only thing that I could say that's good about it is it's memorable and it might be easy to rattle off, but I just don't know what livable means to people. And it's just very nondescriptive.
Okay,
It's not
nondescript.
characteristic. It's not characteristic of us.
We're way more wordy than that. Come on, guys.
No kidding.
That was the
Say
problem,
again?
I thought.
Look, this is what we're here for. There's no pride of
I like
authorship.
so of the three you have up, I like number 3 the best. I like the word thriving. I like neighborhoods, sustainable growth. I like welcoming. I might say something different than hometown atmosphere, but that's my favorite of what you have up.
David?
I'm just curious. Could you expand on the hometown part? And I'm not married to it. I'm just curious why you don't like that term.
I don't know. I don't, it just doesn't.
Just doesn't feel right.
Well, I think the word atmosphere, maybe hometown community or something. I don't know about atmosphere. Seems like kind of a word that isn't as descriptive or folksy as I'd like, maybe. I don't know.
I have to agree with you, John. I don't like hometown either. Something about, I mean, it's a nice word. I don't know. It just takes me back to that horrible play, Hometown, just in the 50s. And I just think that is not who we are.
Isn't that our town?
Huh?
Isn't that our town?
Maybe it is our town, but it reminds me of
Yeah,
hometown.
you're right. It is.
I don't know.
So,
Guys, you can't talk over each other, so I'm trying to call you as I see your mics come
Okay.
up. They finish the comment, then I'll catch the others.
I'll wait for now. I'll listen to what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
All right, Lindsay, you haven't had a chance yet. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm-
Can you hear
I'm
me?
just going to delete the first one. I think there's no need to leave that on the screen. Okay.
All right, go ahead, Lindsay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Trying the headset today. I really like that safe is in there. Safe neighborhoods. I think that's kind of encompassing. Maybe we don't even say safe neighborhoods. Just I like the word safe. I like that we have open spaces in there. I like sustainable. Not sure if growth is the right word to have in there. Just because, as we said yesterday, words mean different things to different people. Growth can be really touchy subject with some, may not others, but sustainable kind of seems to be all encompassing. And then I like hometown, and I'm just talking from my personal experience. This is where I grew up. It feels homey to me. So I like the hometown. Now others haven't grown up here or have been here for 20 plus years. So I don't want it to be exclusive. But I like the word hometown, but you're right, atmosphere maybe is where I'm getting caught up. It just didn't seem right. Maybe environment, I don't know. I just didn't really like the word atmosphere. That's the word that hung me up. But other than that, I think I like the third one the best if we were choosing.
I played, just Lindsay, thank you. I played with the word feel here as opposed to atmosphere. Again, no pride of authorship here. Just want to get something in front of you New Lawn. So you liked that you were drawn to these words that I've highlighted: safe, open space, sustainable, and you liked hometown, whereas I'm not sure who it was. I missed who said I don't like hometown. So there's a little variability there.
All right, Anita,
So I kind of would like a hybrid of that one and the one below. So I like we're a thriving community of safe, like I like the Westminster is safe, vibrant, and inclusive community providing a world-class quality of life for all. Like, I think that's great. I would probably change the vibrant. I would say Westminster is a sustainable, safe, and inclusive community. That would be the sustainable was the largest we had. It wasn't talking just about growth, to Lindsay's point. So I was a little disappointed that that's the only way it was described in these three different ones. But I think sustainable, safe, and inclusive are consistently the three largest. And so if we did, we are a thriving, Westminster. And I love that. I think every single person on this council I've heard talk about how we want to have a high quality of life for our residents. So I feel like that really does a good job capturing all of our views more than hometown. I think definitely I hope my kids feel like it's a hometown. But I don't know if that's like a shared sentiment with everybody who lives here. Whereas I think high quality of life is a little bit more inclusive of a term. So I'd like that one. Maybe because I'm cheesy, I liked the descriptor that nestled in the front range of the Colorado Rocky Mountains, Westminster, because it kind of gave us, where are we? It made it specific to Westminster. A lot of times these vision statements, you could put them with any city and it would almost sound like it would work. This one kind of points out what a lot of you, I actually didn't include it, but what a lot of you guys thought were our biggest benefits, or what we had that were going to help us overcome our obstacles, which was location. This kind of identifies that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's I like that for those reasons, the second one. So I would be happy to do a hybrid of the two, but I really like the sustainability, inclusive, and providing world-class quality of life for all.
Catherine,
I agree with everything that Mayor Pro Tem just said. I would like to add, though, the word thriving in there somewhere. And I was wondering if it might fit with providing a thriving world-class quality of life for all. Otherwise, I think this is it right here.
other comments? John?
Yeah, I agree with everything just said. I think thriving should be in there because I think it's important. We haven't included anything about business community and all that. We've talked about, yes, but I think thriving covers that we're a thriving community. I think it should be in there. I like the one that's in the box right now. I think that's, on second, when Anita said Front Range, Colorado Rockies, I think I like that descriptor. So I probably am, the one that's in the box right now is probably covers it for me.
Other comments?
Thinking through it. I will have some.
Go ahead, Dave.
I will have some comments. I'm just still listening and thinking through.
Rich?
I apologize if you hear that alarm in the background. I'm having some technical difficulties. So, but I just wanted, I think where we're in the box right now is getting very close. And I like the descriptor of where we are because it's important. That is a big draw. And it's a little longer than Oasis, but it's still pretty nice.
What about the notion of open space in that one that was in the box? Is it incorporated enough in quality of life?
So a question to the council. We have declared ourselves to be a welcoming city. We use the word inclusive, but we don't use what we have declared ourselves to be as a welcoming. We use a different word, and everything that we put out about that says welcoming.
There was some dialogue yesterday, as I recall, that you could treat welcoming and inclusive as effective synonyms. Getting at the same concept.
Okay, David, you got a comment now?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at this and like I understand what you're trying to get at, but I think that to me, when people hear statements like this, they hear us hitting all the words. And I mean, not that these words aren't all the things that we're trying to get after as we look at our community, but I also feel like we're trying to appease all the words. So I'm just wondering how you encapsulate sustainable, safe, inclusive community in one word. And I think the difficult thing about that I'm trying to think through is a different word might mean all those things to different people. So to me, I like home or hometown because, and I like home better than hometown, honestly, because it doesn't feel as old fashioned. To me, that encapsulates all those things. That's what I'm looking for for my family, something that is all those things where I could, raise a family or have a home. But I also think that there's a real angle to look at that home hasn't been that for everybody. So it might not have that same connotation as it does for me. So I guess what I would challenge us to do is figure out how we could make a statement that encapsulates all those things so we're not just hitting all the trendy words.
Anita? Go ahead.
So I can see what Dave's saying. I know we want to be brief. Anything we do is going to be more succinct than what we had before. Would we want to have a statement that says, we love our open space and trails, we are welcoming, and we are a community where neighbors are family, or something like that? Do we want to have a descriptive of the feel of Westminster or the value proposition of Westminster? Does that make sense to everybody? Do we want to have something that kind of captures what Dave said, that a little bit, oh, did I lose you guys? A little bit more of that feel that he was saying he wanted with the word home? Do we want to try to have another sentence? And Dave and everybody, if the answer is no, it's fine. But we had like a long one. I feel like we could have even some of those examples we saw before had two sentences instead of one.
I think, not to talk over you, but I think that's what I was trying to get at, is I want something that has more of a feeling versus hey, there's another marketing thing, and I'm not, I think it sounds good and it hits all the points, but I read it and I read another thing I'm going to see on a billboard. It doesn't say, that really intrigues me. I want to live at that place, or at least check it out. I mean, that's, to me, where we could have value, is like something that each of us could look at as, seven very different people could look at a statement that we come up with and think, yeah, I could feel that about my home. And I just don't feel that about any of these, honestly. Now, I think they hit all the points. They hit all the things we talked about yesterday. They just don't have that actual feel of what I, would say Westminster is.
I think we could include what the mayor wanted too there, which is we are welcoming. We love our open spaces. We are welcoming kind of captures that friendly. We are a welcoming community that cherishes our open spaces and trails, and where our neighbors have, so I don't know how to.
Catherine, your turn.
Yeah, I'm thinking through what Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Demont said. I'm wondering, so I know that they want to add to it. I'm thinking, well, then how could we say it more succinctly and more sincerely? And I'm kind of wondering if maybe what we're looking for is something like sustainable, walkable, livable home. Just something really simple that kind of says it all. I don't know. They're good points. I don't like the word home, and it's not because this isn't my home, because I have lived here for, I don't even know how long now, 28 years. So I wouldn't know any other place but this place, and it is home to me. But to me, my home is my house, and my family. But to me, this is so much more than just a home. It's a community. It's a place where we have commonality and friendships and family and love. And I know that's part of home, but to me, home is really just it's that smaller circle. To me, a community is a larger circle, meaning the same thing. So that's where I guess I'm coming from.
Other comments?
As I mentioned yesterday, and you're doing great, by the way. Thank you for that. We may not get to the final version, but are we close? If we do we add a third concept of some kind to that second sentence that is more, painting the picture of what the first sentence is trying to establish? Welcoming, valuing our open spaces and trails. What would our other key value or two be?
I think what you're missing to tie it together. And again, I don't like the wordiness of all the words that everybody expects you to say. I think it just seems it's just not as genuine to me. But the other thing that I think that you're really missing is that feel that people are going to want to live here. Like, the whole idea behind this is, here are the things we are, and that's why you want to come live here. I mean, or why people do live here. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part where I think it's missing a personal thing. Like, I've basically lived here my entire life, and I bought a home within a half a mile of where I grew up because I think it's such a great place to live. So, and I think if you talk to people in other parts of the town from where I live, I hear the same kind of things. You have a lot of people who either spent their whole life here or came back at some point. And I just don't think we're actually hitting that point of, that the people living here, it's just kind of like, here are all the things we are.
You don't think providing a thriving world-class quality of life for all hits that?
It doesn't do it for me. I don't know. It just feels very markety. Like,
What does for you, Dave? Can you give us some language that you would be more comfortable with?
I was trying to actually jot some stuff down after I saw what you had, and I haven't got very far, honestly. I'm not the wordsmith in the group for sure. I just know that when I read that phrase, I just think another marketing pitch.
This one here, thriving world-class quality of life for all.
Yeah.
Well, I think you have to think about this, Dave, to your point. This is a marketing piece.
It is, but would that marketing piece make me feel like that's the place I'm going to go check out? It doesn't for me. So,
Catherine?
Maybe take the words "for all" off. They're kind of hokey, and we already kind of say them in inclusive community.
Yes, that's my thought again when I added this. Actually, Mike is the principal author of this. I tweaked it, and the life for all was my attempt to capture the inclusivity idea. But you're correct, I think, in saying that the way we phrase it now has got a little bit of redundancy in there. I'm not sure how do we wordsmith it? Providing a thriving.
I would just end it right at world-class quality of life. Period.
What about, do we like world class, or do we just want to say high quality of life or exceptional quality of life? Is world class, Dave, what's sounding marketing to you?
not wholly, but I agree with you. Like, I think what did you just say instead of world class?
Like exceptional or high or.
All right, guys, hang on for a minute. We've lost one of the council members. Rich, go ahead and try your reboot.
We're getting there.
Yeah, he's working on a reboot. He lost his sound.
Okay.
So just stand by.
Yes, sir.
Thriving and exceptional sound kind of weird together, don't they? I
I
wonder if one needs.
haven't
Yes.
separated it with a comma. I'm struggling with that a little bit too.
I like
Thriving's the next
thriving.
sentence. Yeah, well, maybe it's in Westminster, we are a thriving, welcoming.
Hey, guys, just wait on the conversation till we get all the council on the list. We still don't have all the council here.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask you not bark at us.
Chris, do you have sound now? Okay, all right, Anita, go back with your comments, please.
I actually just, while David was working, I think during the break, and I think we're going the wrong direction now. I think I'm liking it less. I'm wondering if we want to copy and paste and have one that stayed the way it was and one that we start wordsmithing, so we can kind of have a anchor point of where we were. I think thriving, exceptional sounds clunky to me, and I'm wondering if we want to put one of those words in in the second sentence, because I think maybe just providing exceptional quality of life, and then in Westminster we are committed, like we are a friendly, thriving, welcoming community. We value our open spaces, our trails, and our neighbors, or something like that. I don't know if that's getting too long, but I want to make sure I'm honoring Councilor DeMont's request for it to be a little more descriptive and a little less buzzwordy.
Just to remind everyone that we are streaming live, so people are listening to our comments. So it so happens that one of them sent in a comment to consider the following phrase: check out cityofwestminster.us/be here.
I thought we weren't open to citizen comments during this, Mr. Mayor. I think if we open it to some, we need to open it to all.
I'm just telling you, the comment came in. You don't have to do anything with it. David, you have a comment?
Well, you guys asked me if I wrote my own, so I've been noodling an idea, and I'll read it to you and see what you think. It doesn't hit all the buzzwords, and I'm not suggesting it, but it's just more of the kind of statement that I would prefer to see. And I think we're getting closer to it, but I had been working on this one for a while. So I had Westminster as a diverse and inclusive community of unique people and opportunity that people from all walks of life can consider home. So to me, and I just want it as an example because it's more of,
Dave, sorry, Dave, let me interrupt. Can you go through that a little slower so I can capture it and write it down?
Sure. Westminster is a diverse and inclusive community of unique unique people full of opportunity that people from all walks of life can consider home.
Is that close?
Reclose my Word document that I had.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Other comments? Rich, can you still hear? Okay. Should we ask Mike and Dave to take what you have there and try to come up with a new version? Come back with something?
We can certainly do that. Maybe what I would do in that case, Mayor, is just capture really quickly, kind of like what Dave just provided us, some potential language to try to weave in to this.
All right, let me see what Rich has got. Go ahead, Rich.
I'm just going back up to the one above as far as,
This one here at the top.
yeah, the nestled one.
Mhm.
Because I don't have a problem with marketing, because that's really what we want to do. We want to drive people here, and that'll take care of the, as the mayor pointed out, rooftops equal business. So, and not to be too picky, but one of the biggest things in our community survey is safety. So nestled in the Front Range of Colorado Rocky Mountains, Westminster is a safe, sustainable, and welcoming community. Period. It's just, it is a slogan. Is it, you know, does it get real visionary? No. Is it easy to remember? Yes. Can we put it on everything? Yes. So that's just I wanted to, now that the alarms stopped buzzing on my computer, I wanted to jump in.
Dave?
Actually, I like stopping there, and I think that once you get into the other parts, then that's where like it's like, okay, you did your pitch. So I see what Rich is saying, and he's right that as far as like the safe part, and I do actually, you know, to the comment that the mayor brought up as far as the be here, I remember that was a thing at one time, and I actually like that, like, and that's kind of that that end call. Like if you stopped something like what Rich said, and you stopped it at there and had something at the end of it like be here, or like one of those kind of catchy catchphrases like that, that almost makes you have that a little bit more ownership. And I guess that's what it's missing for me, is that feel of, oh, I feel like I could, you know, own part of that. And so I think you're right. It does need to somewhat be markety, but I still think it needs to get that human element in there. So just to add to the conversation, but I like where Rich just went with that, and trying to, he made it even a little more succinct. So it's still markety to me, but it feels less markety, I guess, which I guess is probably why Rich is in marketing for a living and selling people stuff. So,
Catherine?
I would not use the be here, because that is a CU usage right now. BCU, be here. They use it all over their marketing. So be careful with that.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I missed it. I had it. What?
They talked about using the be here, but that's a CU marketing tool right now.
Oh, you. Okay, that's what I wouldn't
Yeah.
understand. Thanks. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, Rich?
Well, and to the point of we've painted this awesome picture, and so good point brought up by Councilor DeMott is then we've made our pitch. Now we've got to make the ask. So what is our ask? Join us. You are welcome. Something, someone can come up with that, after that, here we are, we're awesome. Come join us.
Anita?
So I was gonna say, yeah, I was actually fine with where it ended before. I was trying to add the second sentence to accommodate Dave. And so if he prefers succinct, I'm down with that. I do think I prefer the term inclusive to welcoming, because I think it is more visionary, right? It is a little bit more specific that we're welcoming to everyone, right? Like we're including everyone. But I could be persuaded if someone wants to talk me out of why welcoming means the exact same thing. I'm not sure I want to get off of providing like a high quality of life for, providing our community with a high quality of life. Are we sure we want to give that up? Because that just felt like such an area of common ground between all of us and our residents. And it's kind of, for the folks of you that wanted to really talk more about core services, it also is kind of a commitment to that. But I would be fine with a sustainable, safe, and inclusive community. And I could possibly be persuaded to sustainable, safe, and welcoming.
Dave?
I would just say I understand what we're trying to get at with the word inclusive. But in today's society, inclusive with the political divide that we have in the country, sometimes the word inclusive gets a bad rap of being just, something on an ideological line. Whereas I feel like welcoming hasn't got that bad rap. And I think that they both mean the same thing to me. And so I just want to have something that is open and welcoming as possible, that doesn't necessarily inadvertently make a certain group feel like they're not welcome.
Rich?
On my last sentence or the offer,
This
you're
here,
welcome. Yeah, you're welcome to join us. I don't know. I should write down these things that flash through my brain very quickly.
Other feedback? Catherine?
What if we said inclusive community and then we said welcome home?
let me see if I've got you here, Catherine. Be something like this. Say, and inclusive community. Welcome home. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Anita?
Is our goal to get more residents to live here? I mean, or is it to want to get businesses to invest here? Is it to want to give an indication of the direction of our city, where we want to go? To me, I thought the vision statement was, as we talked yesterday, a statement that shows the ideal version of our city, where we want to be. And so if that's the goal, then I really want it to be more focusing on aspirational than comforting, right? Like, this is who we want to be. And so kind of talking about that sustainable, safe, and inclusive, those are the goals of our community, where everybody has a high quality of life. We could talk about wanting to be welcoming, valuing open spaces and trails, but I don't think this is just to promote residential living here. It's also to promote jobs coming here, people coming and deciding to eat at our restaurants and shop in our shops. And so I guess maybe that's why I'm pushing back a little bit on the welcome home or come join us. I'm trying to understand how that fits into an aspirational statement.
Anita, I would say this, that you accurately describe, I mean, if I'm being a bit of a textbook here, but that what we're trying to describe is the aspiration, as the governing body, your idealized version of Westminster's future as a community, so that Don and crew can help you down at the mission level, the operational level, execute the kinds of programs and deliver the kind of services that will lead to that result.
With that being said, can I pitch something and see if my colleagues like it? Could we say, nestled in the Front Range of the Colorado Rocky Mountains, Westminster is a sustainable, safe, and inclusive community, period. We value our open spaces, or our natural, our open spaces and trails. We could change that to be like our natural spaces or whatever you want. Or we benefit from world-class open spaces and trails. We are a welcoming community, providing an exceptional quality of life for all. I feel like that then shows our three, shows kind of that succinct statement above of like our value proposition and our value proposition below, right? Like, so our commitment and our value proposition.
I was racing to keep up with you. Did I capture the essence of it right there, Anita?
So it would be as a hard period after Westminster is a sustainable, safe, and inclusive community.
Right.
Then saying we benefit from, world-class open spaces and trails. We are a welcoming and friendly community, and we provide an outstanding quality of life for all, or an exceptional quality of life for all. Just something to hit those three things, and then we're just done. And I feel like it's both aspirational and descriptive.
Don, I've got you just a second. Lindsay, you were waiting.
Thank you. I'm looking at the examples that you provided in our binders, and just kind of running off of, I think it was Charlotte, Charlotte's.
Queen City.
Yes, that one. Just kind of revamping it for Westminster, just nestled in the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains. Westminster is a diverse and inclusive community of residents, businesses, and visitors alike, who a safe, family-oriented city where people value our sustainability, open space trails, and our high quality of life. I think that that one kind of gets to residents, businesses, visitors, kind of an all-inclusive who we are. It adds the safe, it adds family, and then the value where our people are valuing, kind of not losing that sustainability piece, since that was across all focus groups and ELT. And it also includes our open space and trails, and then the quality of life as far as what I take to be core service.
Don?
Thank you, Mayor. This is your vision statement on the outline that was provided earlier yesterday. This is clearly your strata of decision making. I would tell you that it was mentioned just a few minutes ago that it's the staff's job to deliver the mission. The single most important thing, and your staff being as effective and working together and working effectively, is very clear vision. If the vision is very clear to them and they all understand it, they can all articulate it, we'll be more successful. That's just the way large organizations work. And so what I'd ask of you is that it'd be simple and it'd be really easy to remember and roll off people's tongues. That's what we need to do the best job we can to deliver on your vision.
Going back to Rich's comment, if this thing is long and wordy, it won't be remembered. it is a marketing tool that you're going to have to try to figure out how you can explain it.
Lindsay, I don't think I did justice to yours. I didn't capture it as fast as you were, as I was fumbling to find my page with the Charlotte mission statement or vision statement on it. Can you try it one more time for me so I get it the way you want, suggested?
Nestled in the front range of the Rocky Mountains, Westminster is a diverse and inclusive community
Can't
of
go there.
resident.
Just a second.
How fast, Lindsay? He can only type as fast as he can.
Nestled in a diverse, safe, is that what you said next?
Nestled in the front range of the Rocky Mountains.
Yep.
Westminster is a diverse and inclusive community of residents, businesses, and visitors. A safe, family-oriented city where people value our sustainability, open space and trails, and high quality of life.
You got it, Dave?
I think so.
Where people value our sustainability, open space and trails, and high quality of life.
Thank you very much.
Rich?
Just back to, I'm backing off my thought of that we have to make an offer and then, back to the nestled front range of Colorado Rocky Mountains, Westminster, sustainable, safe, and inclusive community, providing a thriving quality of life. With Don's comments, it rattled back in my head. That right there, I think encapsulates many of the things that we talked about yesterday. The quality of life, a thriving quality of life, I think in itself is an amazing statement because it goes to what's important to our residents. That quality of life issue that I brought up on so many of our residents' statements, whether it was for something, against something, or want to change something, it was all about quality of life. And so I don't think I would retract my, hey, you need to come here, whatever. Those things are magnets themselves. It's what people are looking for, and will continue to look for over time.
You got it, Dave?
Any more input? Are we, I think I was hearing some coalescing around something much like what Rich just offered.
I agree with Rich that talking about our commitment to an exceptional or thriving or high quality of life is important because I think that's a value all of members of council and all of the residents that gave us input. That was a really common theme. So I like having it there, and I agree with both Dawn and the mayor that it should be brief. We don't want it to be a huge mouthful. So I think we're almost there. I really liked what Lindsay said. My only concern with that is I don't want to say value these things. I want to say committed to, because saying people like something is different than saying we're going to provide that. And so I would just want to flip that, but I liked hers as well.
Other comments?
Well, Anita, just making sure those are committed to things like what we said, sustainable, open space, quality of life. What are we committing to?
A community that we're committing to sustainability, valuing sustainability, and being committed to providing it are two different things, so I prefer the sentence that we already have up there, I think, because it's saying that's what we are, right? It's the aspirational, that we're sustainable, we're safe, and we're inclusive. I like that commitment there. It's just more active than passive.
So if I change this to inclusive from welcoming, does that get you there?
Are we at a point to let Dave and Mike go work on this and try to come back with a revised version, or we're gonna keep with this one?
Mayor, we're certainly happy to do that. And yeah, it's a great question. Are we've got another 30 minutes on the agenda to do this. Are we going to, do we need that? Or is the right thing to do is to say, you know, we're all pretty darn close here. And we would certainly take some time to, you know, read back through all of this and see how we can polish it a little bit, and then have it come back to the council for final review at some near-term future date.
All right, let me check out again with the hands that are up. David?
Since we have another half an hour scheduled for it, what if we clean it up to the point that Rich and Anita pointed out with it? Because I think it kind of encapsulates most of what I'm hearing from people, and just look at it and see, like, what's that look like all cleaned up? Because I mean, it's really hard to see right now. And I feel like if you take it and let's look at it real quick, since we have another 30 minutes, and say, hey, you know what, this sounds good, because it sounds good in my head, but I'd like to see it written down, not all highlighted and marked up.
Okay.
I agree with Dave. We have 30 minutes allocated. I think if we kick the can down the road, it's going to take longer, because we'll start from kind of ground zero. I like where we're at. I mean, it's a good sign that what he started writing again almost matches what's up top. Like, I think we're really coming together and we're super close. So
About a 5-minute coffee break while David does his magic, and then we can come back and see a cleaned up version.
Well,
I like a 5-minute coffee break.
Okay. 5 minutes. Mike, you don't get coffee. You and I have to work.
Dave, let Rich know we're on a 5-minute break, will you?
Yes, sir.
David, yeah, all right, thanks for.
Oh, he heard you. He had his headset on.
Right.
I think what I heard Anita saying is she wants another sentence that is, I don't know, explanatory. Maybe some of this. She didn't like this, but I'd say for all.
And David Eisenlohr, I wonder about taking the verb providing out and substituting with, just the word with.
Yeah.
And instead of the A, we are a, how about we are welcoming?
We are welcoming.
We are welcoming. Walkable.
Ooh, we're getting some alliteration going here. I love it.
Yeah. And I actually, speaking of alliteration, I actually love the word wonderful, but they never did say that. So don't know that that's fair. We are welcoming, walkable, and wonderful.
Yeah. Well, let's say this.
Inclusive community, the thriving quality of life. We are welcoming and walkable, period. We value our open spaces and trails.
Say period here.
Uh-huh. We value.
I'm not sure I'm going to use this. You see that?
Yeah, I've used that same slide. That's pretty cute. So where are we? Which one are we looking at?
I'm gonna cut this and put it on a separate, on a new sheet.
Okay.
Excuse me. Can I make this one sentence? And we,
Yeah, I think so.
let's see if there's,
The we has the alliteration going as well. We are welcoming and walkable. We value our open spaces and trails.
wonderful and weary. Yeah. Let me go back to this and see if.
Scroll down just a little bit to where it says see Charlotte. That's
Yeah.
all.
Was it the residents, businesses, and visitors that she,
Yeah,
family?
why don't you just capture that and stick it not in the or not even recommendation, the draft, but just stick it on the page somewhere to remind ourselves of it.
Yeah.
And then the notion of unique people.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That. Neat people. I'm gonna take that whole phrase. Oops.
Yeah.
That whole phrase.
Yeah, I like that, at least as a talking point.
Right. I didn't see anything else, unless I just missed it, that was materially different from what else? Quality of life. Oh, well, there's a core services question. I'll add that to the concept here.
Yeah, although I think it would be pretty tough to come up with a definition of a safe, sustainable, and inclusive community that did not have core services. You can't be sustainable without them, but you may want to say that. How about putting a space in between each of those other ideas just so they don't run together? Would you mind?
No.
Yeah, super. Okay. Okay. I think that's something they can react to.
I think so.
You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. It's going really well, actually. I'm proud of them. They're doing a good job.
Mm-hmm. And so I know that the mayor is facilitating. I wonder if you might suggest that we give the staff the opportunity to react. I recognize that it is the council's vision at the same time, these staffs have all been in lots of other places, some of them around the world, and it
Yeah.
might be interesting to get their reaction to it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad Don chimed in. Simple, easy to remember, needs to roll off the tongue, but in terms of the content, sure.
I'll bring it up with them when they get back online.
Oh, hi, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I didn't. That's great. Man, Mayor, you are doing a world-class job of calling on people. Thanks. You've obviously got some experience under your belt with this virtual meeting thing.
Easy to see people turn white.
I don't know if I need that comma right there. My forehead is so dang shiny. Where'd my hair go? Blinding.
Well, the person that does my hair continues to remind me that I'm blessed to have any. So there you go.
There you go. Yeah, that's true.
Mike, how are you and Dave coming? You're about to a point where you're ready to reconvene.
Yes, sir. We're ready.
All right, council, if you can hear, let's try to get everybody back. Catherine and John, are you guys back?
Sorry for being late. I was having an asthma attack, trying to get it under control.
All right.
I'm back.
Are you okay, Catherine?
I'm not sure yet, but I'm working through it. I'll let you know if it gets worse.
Okay, let us know if you need to take a break.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Don, are you and the team back? Okay. All right, Dave, Mike, give us what you got.
Okay, so thanks for that quick break. We have started with a fresh page, scanned back through the notes, and so the bold text at the top is kind of where we left off. We wordsmithed a little bit this the second sentence, and then picked up from the notes some ideas that were offered. Most of the commentary, as you heard and know, focused in on these ideas of safety, sustainability, inclusivity, thriving quality of life, and then the kind of the elaboration around open spaces and trails. So I think if this is getting close to where you want, and what we need to do is build this last kind of, whatever you want to call it, descriptive or clarifying sentence. That's what this ellipsis is here, a little bit more here. And these are ideas that were other suggestions that are not in here today, and you might want to consider, may not. So how would we finish out this sentence? I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Go ahead. Dave, you had a comment? Try to keep up.
Yep. I just don't like walkable. Not that I don't like the idea of a walkable community, but the city of Westminster is not really all that. I mean, you could walk parts of it. You could walk our trails. I could go walk Bradburn, but like it's, we're not, to me, that's like kind of more of that urban feel. So we have portions that are walkable, but I don't know. I just don't think walkable when I hear it. I don't like that part personally.
All right, Danny.
I did something kind of similar to Dave earlier, Dave DeMont, where I kind of was writing what I thought might encapsulate everything I heard, and it's pretty different than what Mike and Dave just came up with. I'd like to say it real quick because I think it's short, sweet, and it honors what everyone said. So the sentence that you have right now, you could just copy it. The nestled in the Front Range of the Colorado Rocky Mountains, Westminster is a safe, sustainable, and inclusive community. Copy that. We'll keep that. And that's a hard period right there. Afterwards, it says, we are stewards of our natural environment. We enjoy a thriving local economy. And everyone has access to an exceptional quality of life.
Did I get it?
I think so. And I'd just like to get people's thoughts on it, because stewards of our natural environment, that's our open spaces, our green spaces, thriving local economy. I know everyone on this call wants our small businesses to do well. We recognize we need to be a job center. We need to have the resources to provide the quality of life. And I wanted to honor that quality of life is what our residents expect from us. It's what we need to be committed. And I believe I heard yesterday talking about access. So I felt like this was, and it also kind of shows you have a choice, right? This is all available to you. It's accessible to you if you choose to take advantage of it.
Rich, am I seeing your hand up, or you're playing with a pencil? You're muted, Rich. Or your sound's not coming through.
Thank you.
Your mic on
Yep.
here.
Double mute. I have no issue with that. I'm I'm trying to, I think we can make it even more succinct if we're willing to continue upon that side of it. I think where we've already put inclusive and welcoming, I don't think we need and everyone. Just throwing that out as a friendly amendment. So how we can shorten that, because now we're back to just a bit more. But I'll just offer that as amendment on how we can just keep tightening it down.
Other comments? Catherine, go ahead.
I like this. I think that I agree with Rich that we could cut it down. I'm wondering if we could start with the word stewards. So we take off the we are. And we enjoy a thriving local economy with access to an exceptional quality of life. And then I'm trying to decide if I think everyone needs to be in there. I know that we've said welcoming and sustainable, but I think that it's really important that we emphasize everyone, because I do think that our community kind of struggles with that at sometimes. So I don't know. Those are my opinions.
John?
Yeah, I like what Anita put out there. I think it covers the points that we want to cover. And I think for our vision statement, for me, it's really close. So I would support what's up there right now.
Rich?
Just a back comment on the tightening it down. I lost my place here. As I mentioned too, we've already put inclusive, so we don't need inclusive and everyone and welcoming. We can tighten that down, and that's why I suggested and everyone has access to exceptional quality of life.
I lost you, Rich. Are you sorry?
Yeah, no, I'm rambling in my head right now. Let me write this out and see. But I think we're.
Catherine?
Okay, I'm an English teacher, so there are things that bother me in the punctuation. So
Okay.
can we put a comma after sustainable and take
Well, I
the
see
comma?
Oxford comma. That's a style thing, but fine.
I
Yep.
know, I'm an English teacher, I believe in it. And take out the comma after economy if you take out the word and everyone.
I'm sorry. Killed it. Yeah.
Yep.
We enjoy a thriving local economy and access. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, if we can get this down to one or two, then I want to ask for staff feedback and see what they're thinking, because they're the ones that's got to go sell it as much as the council does. And if they don't understand it, and if it doesn't roll out, we're not going to be successful with this.
Do we have a consensus that this is, a 90% solution, just as edited here?
Lindsay?
Thank you. I think we're getting there. I'm just kind of hung up on the stewards of our natural environment. Not really sure if that encapsulates.
What does that look like? And I guess that was Anita's language. How do you operationalize that? I'm thinking like a staff person now, Anita, stewards of our natural environment.
Catherine, you're still
I
up.
think, were you asking me, Dave?
I was, yeah.
I'll yield to Anita.
Okay.
So I'm not married to that language. I thought we talked a lot about open spaces, vistas. We got a lot of citizen feedback about wanting to make sure we were wise with our water resources. Just making sure what we saw throughout the citizen survey is people really loved, our outdoors. So I was trying to say we protect those and value those. And so the word that came to me was steward, because that shows kind of a responsibility, about we value it, we protect it. That was where it was coming from. And our natural environment, I said that because I wanted it to include our open spaces, but also our parks and all of that. So that was where I was going with it. And it's also it's a word of action and commitment versus just value.
Okay, yep.
All right, Catherine.
I do like that word stewards, because I think that's what we are. We are responsible for, and it has been left in our care, but we don't own it. And I think that's why it's a good word. My only concern is that does the average person understand that word, or is it too high level? That would be my only concern.
The mayor invited input from the staff. Would that be worth hearing now? If they're prepared to share, Don and crew? You have to live with this and move the organization in this direction. So what do you think?
Does the council want us to jump into this thing? Because I honestly, you're now to a point where you've come to a lot of consensus. It seems a little, it maybe seems a little difficult for me to jump into this thing at this point.
Okay.
That's why you're in that job, Don.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing head nods from council that you want that feedback.
I already had one.
Oh, they're starting to nod now, Don.
Okay. Well, so I'll go back to what I said. Let me start first. If you go to tab 9, after the last pink sheet, there's the leadership of your organization. Those are the words that they chose. Okay, without judgment or selling any of that. That's what they chose. And so I think you're very close to those words. I mean, those were important words to them. That's the first thing I'd say. The second thing I'd say is that, maybe a way to say this is this needs to be on a drink container. This needs to be on a water bottle or a coffee mug. And I think if it's more than that, they're not going to remember it. And I think you want them telling their friends and neighbors and family members, this is what I do. I do this. And feeling like that's their aspiration, inspiration, and it's very memorable. Maybe a way to get to that, frankly, is by having, a bold 10 words or less, followed by bullet points. The last thing I'd say is I think it needs to be supported by all 7 of you, just as passionately as it does in my staff. I mean, and that's the struggle, is that to get everybody on with this, all 7 of you, you all have a word or two in mind that you want or don't want. And I think that ought to be, my opinion is that ought to be honored with every single person. And it's impossible to do that in 10 words or less. So, that's why I think before the vision statement had a paragraph or so that described some other things. Those things after the first sentence in the urban center vision statement weren't the vision statement. They were descriptors that were there to recognize ways to describe it. So, yeah, I think that's my feedback. And if you wanted to do, well, I have to share something with you, because one of the deputies wrote something that I think is really good, and I think we all agree is, and it gives you an idea of maybe what the succinctness is. She wrote, I'm not going to tell you who it was, which of the deputies it was. We are a thriving community of safe neighborhoods, beautiful open space that is sustainable and welcoming. I think we like that because it's pretty simple and it hits those things. But that gives you an idea of maybe what we'd lean.
What was the last clause, Don? I'm sorry, say that again.
I'll read the whole thing. We are a thriving community of safe neighborhoods, beautiful open space that is sustainable and welcoming. I think the one word that we had in our word search there that got dropped was neighborhoods. By the way, I want to make a comment on this hometown feel business. This isn't my hometown. It is now. I want it to be my hometown. I live here and I want to feel like it's my hometown. Just because I haven't been here 35 or 40 years doesn't mean it's not my hometown. Hometown, I think, is a terrific phrase, by the way. I'm not saying add it, but I don't think that's, I've been here 8 years and I want this to be a hometown. I grew up in a hometown in a small town, you know, and I want that feel. I think that, who doesn't want that, really? I mean, even the people who live in cities are seeking that out. So, but we like what Barbara came up with there. I'm not saying change it to that. I'm just saying that's a kind of a succinct thing that everybody, you know, as we've been talking offline here, we liked. So I guess to conclude, what I'd say is do what you can to get it on a coffee mug, at least a portion of it that we can remember.
All right, let me go back to the council for a minute. I got Anita, then I got Dave, then I got Lindsay. Go ahead, Anita.
I thought the question that the mayor asked was not really so much like a critique of this, but does this give clear enough direction? And I haven't heard the answer to that, the one council wrote. Like, would that be understandable to staff and give them enough focus, direction? Is it clear and concise enough that they could act on it?
Is that to Don?
Yeah, that was the question.
I've spoken quite a bit here. I've spoken quite a bit. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Dave Frankel, and maybe any of the deputies and Cody or Larry, anybody who wants to comment on that.
Mr. Frankel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Don. I don't disagree that a concise statement that's memorable would be of value. But I think that council's consensus on your statement, I'm not inclined to necessarily begin edits, but if the question really is implementation, would the statement as drafted be something that we could implement and stand behind? Of course, I'm ready to stand behind your statement. I'll speak for myself, and I'll defer to Don as for his portion of our organization.
Other members of the staff got any feedback? I got council. I'll come back to the council in a minute.
Yes, it goes without saying, whatever you come up with, we will we'll work hard to deliver.
All right, David, Demont.
Yep. So I think one of the things that I appreciate on a support level from staff is them being able to take our ideas and make it in a way that is operational for the organization. And I actually really like what the deputy that I think is probably Barbara, since she's the she in the group. Thank you, Barbara, for your work on that. I think that it really, to me, captures everything, and it makes it even more succinct, but yet I feel that I see everything in there. The only thing I don't see there is, you know, the nestled in the front range, which you could almost throw in front of that if you really are married to that. But I actually like this very broke down succinct statement, and I think to me, it captures all of what we were trying to get at. And I do like the fact that it brought in neighborhoods, because we did see that throughout the things, and I like the feel of the word neighborhoods in there.
Catherine.
I agree with Councilor Demont. I like this shortened version. I do think it's important that we can get this onto Water bottles and mugs, I think it needs to be very memorable. I want residents to be able to rattle this off. The only thing I would change is, and I'm just wordsmithing, I would rather see inclusive than welcoming. It's just a personal opinion. The rest of it, I think, sounds really, really good. So acknowledging that Barbara is our only female deputy. Good job, Barbara.
All right, I got Lindsay and then John.
Thank you. So just kind of going off of Don Tripp's thought about kind of doing a tagline, right? And we talked about marketing, and not to change anything, this is just an idea. But I'm thinking like what we can do for like an acronym of like Best of the West, right? And so I used the acronym of BEST and came up with beautiful open spaces. E for exceptional services, S for sustainable, T for thriving economy. West would be welcoming, E embraces diversity, S safe, T I didn't get that far.
Thriving local economy.
There you go. I mean, I had thriving, what did I have? Thriving economy on best. So it's just something that I think a little bit best of the West. We could always say best of the West, and then you can say what that acronym is as far as like trying to get where we're going. I know that like it's just an idea. I know that changes things if we go that way, but just an idea as far as like memorable, something that we can say, okay, T is thriving, B is beautiful open spaces, S is sustainable. So just a thought, just kind of wrapping it all of what we're saying throughout the last couple hours into just one succinct word that we can put on shirts or mugs or whatever we need to do.
John?
Yeah, I really like a lot what Barbara has put out. It's succinct and it covers every one of the phrases that were in our kind of word cloud that I really like that she was able to work in. So thriving's in there, which I think is important for me. And then safe neighborhoods. I think it sends just a really good visual. I mean, I like it. And then open spaces included. And I would ask Lindsay I really like your idea of best of the West. I think it's a cool idea. So would that be like almost a follow-up, the mission statement that follows like below the vision statement, which would start with nestled in the front range? Or is it in lieu of, or are you suggesting to do it in place of the vision statement? Or is it an additional kind of a way to remember it, kind of an additional marketing piece?
Mine was just as a replacement, just going off of what Don was saying as far as like what is clear to staff. Clear to staff is best of the West, and here's the items that they're working on. And that's where I felt like, okay, well, what makes it memorable and what makes it clear? You have just like what we do with Spirit, right? It's service, pride, innovation. I can't remember the rest now. I didn't have enough coffee yet, but but you know those, right? You always remember Spirit, and then that's in our mission. And so that's why that's kind of along the lines of taking the advice of Don and just kind of moving towards, okay, what are we looking at that would be clear?
May I make a suggestion at this point in terms of just watching the clock and knowing the amount of material yet that awaits us? I think, are we, in terms of the need to have some sense of vision as you think through what your options are in the coming budget cycle, does this language, is it useful enough? Is it close enough to say, we really understand what the core concepts we're shooting for are, and come back to at some later date, near later date, to flesh out this idea if there's a sense to do that around an acronym or a slogan or something like that, which in my mind is a little bit different from a vision statement.
Yeah, all right, I've got 3 people in the queue, so right now I'll get to you as I saw you come in. So Rich, I've got you and then Anita and then me.
No, just quickly is Barbara did a fantastic job of listening to us, making it succinct. I think what she has fits on a mug, and then Councillor Smith's idea, I think, then comes in as a slogan. You know, we can do one and then fill it in with the best, but I believe we are a thriving community of safe neighborhoods, beautiful open spaces that are sustainable and welcoming. I think that puts it all together and will fit pretty close on a coffee mug. So I'm all on board with that.
Anita?
I want to just really echo, and this is probably a sticking point for me. I can't have welcoming over inclusive. I really think that puts the foot off. I think they mean different things, and I think inclusive is a lot more specific as to what we mean by it. I love what Barbara did. That would be my only concern. The other thing is, I think we saw a lot of enthusiasm for sustainability from every single different community metric we got, and we're intentionally taking our foot off the gas. It used to say one of the most sustainable communities in America. And so I am concerned that this will not give the same mandate to staff that it did before. Not that it did, I mean, I really want to be able to continue to say that's the expectation.
Other comments? Catherine?
Mr. Mayor. This is Catherine. So what if Mayor Pro Tem, I can see what you're saying. What if we just moved sustainable and welcoming to in front of safe neighborhoods and just moved everything else out? You know, kept it. So it would read, we are a thriving community that is sustainable and welcoming, safe neighborhoods, and a beautiful space, or something of that nature.
I don't think we need to change that order of it. I want inclusive instead of welcoming, and then it would be nice. Actually, I would probably, if we were going to switch the order, leave it the way it is and just switch inclusive and sustainable. And we could say, and is one of the most sustainable communities in America. I don't know if everyone in council is there. I haven't brought it up till now. So I can live with it where it's at if we get inclusive over welcoming, but I want us all to be aware that I feel like this gives less of a policy mandate to staff.
I do like the word inclusive over welcoming as well.
David?
Sure.
Not David Eisendorf. David.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
What I'm listening to Anita and trying to think through what you're saying, I explained why I prefer welcoming over inclusive, but I can give on that if that's really a sticking point for you. That I understand it the other way. I just want it to, bring up some people don't see it the same way, and so it's a perception thing. But I think inclusive captures it, so I'm fine with that. As far as the sustainable piece, I feel like, if you look at the extra strategic plan and the things we're doing, and we actually have a sustainability director, I feel like staff knows that direction. And I don't feel like, this vision statement is, to me, I don't think that changes that directive, and I'm not asking for it to. So I understand your concern, but I don't see it as much, but I'm willing to, drop the idea of welcoming over inclusive if that gets us there.
So if we took the word welcoming, replaced it with inclusive, with what Barbara had presented, do we have a majority of people who are thinking that that's the kind of piece you want, and that can fit on our advertising? And I don't think there's any question that the council the staff doesn't understand it, because one of the staff members wrote it.
I think if I'm tracking, this is where we are right now.
One word. David, give me a version of it with the welcoming out and the inclusive in.
That's what I'm highlighting on the screen right now, Mayor.
Okay. All right. So you leave that one.
Yes, sir. I believe this is the current state of the discussion.
Is it, or is it just what we have from Barbara where it starts "we are" and not the nestled in the Front Range?
Great question. I thought there was a consensus around going ahead with that introductory clause. We can certainly strike that.
I think the only one that we've got on there where there's been voicing of it close to a consensus is take Barbara's, change the last word from welcoming to inclusive. Right there.
Should we say "we are" or "Westminster is"?
No, Dave, leave it alone. Don't undo the word. So we're that close. Can the council get on board with what is in there in red right now? That's what we're going to use as our vision statement. And I'm watching the heads go up and down. So right now I have at least a majority. John, you have a comment.
Mayor, I like nestled in the Front Range. I like that part. What, do you not like that, or why did we take that out?
I'm just trying to stay with what I was seeing from the majority of people were going with that, and that verbiage wasn't in what they were saying.
Mayor.
Catherine?
With due respect, Councilor Vols, I don't like that language because I think it's too flowery. And I like the succinctness of this particular statement without it.
All right, I'm gonna go around and try to get a comment from everybody, and then we're gonna try to close this because we're already 15 minutes over time. Catherine, you have anything else you want to add?
No, sir, I'm in favor of this statement.
All right, Lindsay,
I'm good.
Rich? I can see your lips moving, but you're not talking.
Someone's got their hand behind my head. I agree with our very succinct statement. Thank you, Barbara.
All right, David? Mr. DeMott?
I'm good with it.
All right, Anita?
I'm good with it. I wish we would have that aspirational, that is one of the most sustainable and inclusive communities in the nation, but I am fine with it. So.
Mr. Bowles?
I'm fine with it as well. And thank you, Barbara, for listening to us and encapsulating all of those points in a very succinct, that's quite a skill. So thank you.
All right.
I like it.
Dave, Donald, Trump, Tripp, you've got your mission statement. Barbara, thank you very much. And we still love your painting on the wall. All right. Gentlemen, we've got 9:45. We're scheduled to take a break at 10 and then go into budget priorities. I suggest before we start, let's do the break now. Come back from a short break because we had one a few minutes ago, and then get into the budget.
Mayor, you read my mind. We'll be ready to go at 10 straight up.
All right, guys, you got a short break. 10 o'clock. Let's be back and ready to go.
Larry?
Yes, David.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, I'm going to kick this section off just with that quick poll. How do you feel about the state of our finances on a 1 to 10 scale, and kick it to you? Is that what we agreed?
No, I've got it a little bit later after a couple of opening comments. Would that be okay, David, if we did that just later?
Sure. I'll just take my cue from you, and then I'll pop the poll up. It means we'll just have to swap whose screen's being shared, but that's not hard. So,
thanks, David.
All right. Bye-bye.
David, I gave it a moment of thought. Since you've already got the screen live and everything, I think perhaps we will do the survey question first, and just to avoid any technical complexities and give council a chance to do this very early on.
Great, I'll do that, and I have it replicated at the very tail end. We'll ask him again, having been through the exercise, right? We're looking for to see if the needle moves, right?
Great, thank you, David.
Yep. So I'll make just a very brief introduction, introduce conduct the poll, and then hand it to you.
That'd be great. Chris, I hope you caught that. We're going to have David just manage his technology first here at the front end, and then we'll transition to me and move forward from there. Okay, Chris? Thank you, Mr. Lindsay.
Chris, you're muted, so we're not hearing any comments you're making.
No comment. It was just a thumbs up.
Okay.
I think what I got was David's technology, then Larry's going to talk, and then I'll screen share.
I think you're right.
Boom.
As soon as we get everybody back on, we'll go ahead and start.
Yes, sir. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. David, you've got all the council back on. Let's get your poll stuff done and then
Yes, sir.
Staff.
Welcome back. Thank you very much. We're going to transition into really what's going to occupy the rest of the day today, just taking a hard look at your financials and what you've been doing to deal financially with some of the challenges the city's facing, looking forward to the 2021 fiscal year budget. And we're going to start very, very quickly before I hand it over to Larry and Chris to walk us through some of their material. A quick poll on your sense of where the city is financially. So as we did yesterday, using your whatever device you're using, if you'll go to pollev.com/DavidE675, and that's right, it should be at the top of the screen that you see. Rate on the scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about the financial status of the city of Westminster? It's on a 10-point scale. So from 1 being not the least bit concerned to 10 extremely concerned, and sort of intermediate stops along the way. And this is for council members only. And I've got 7 results. So we've got 100% of the council members present that are either extremely concerned or concerned with the current financial status of the city of Westminster. So that's just a baseline for us, and we'll retest on this later at the end of the day. So with that, Chris, you can grab the screen and take it away, finance.
Well, thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. And I'll just introduce myself for those watching on our live stream or on a recorded version. My name is Larry Dorr, Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager of City of Westminster. And I'll just quickly read what's on Council's agenda for this rest of the portion of the day. It reads, what are the most immediate priorities to be addressed in the upcoming budget? We did that poll here at the front to just test where you are at this point. I think the average, if I did my math really quickly, was a little over a 9 on a scale of 1 to 10. And that's not surprising, given that this is probably one of the most significant, if not the most significant financial crises of our professional experiences frankly, in our adult lives. We are going to cover not just what are the immediate priorities, but some of the longer term priorities to be considered in addressing this financial crisis and will be addressed in your upcoming budget. So we wanted to get a pulse, and pleased that David had the technology there ahead of time to kind of get your thoughts and your position as we go into this. Let's see, I'll also refer you to the materials that you have. We have about 40 PowerPoint slides today. I'm probably anticipating that our presentation will probably take right up or go beyond the noon break. So Mayor, I'll just look to you if we want to have a bio break between now and 12, because we've got a lot of material. I anticipate there may be some questions about the material we'll be presenting along the way. So we will probably, again, use up all of the time between now and 12 when there's a lunch break. So I'll just look to your signal, sir, as we move through that. You know, it's pretty coincidental that today is July 26th, when 4 months ago, council had its second meeting and public meeting and financial update on COVID-19 and the financial crisis that was impacting our city and our country and the global economy. But we'd actually had our first meeting earlier that week. That happened to be a Thursday. And since that time, council's had on about 15 public meetings that have included various comments from me and our entire team. And now is an opportunity for me to recognize that team. Joining me today and my co-presenter is the city's assistant city manager and director of the policy and budget department, Chris Lindsay. And he'll be managing our slides and also explaining a lot of the content as we go along. So I want to thank Chris, but not present today are some just key contributors to our financial crisis, financial management, financial sustainability team. That would include obviously our finance director, Tammy Hitchens. She's prepared 20 pages of data that are in your binder. Tammy has broken ground in creating our COVID Chronicle that each month we release it. It has additional details. We just finished producing this Thursday night, and it was delivered to you for your binders here this weekend. And we'll be reading it into the record and having council accept it, along with the monthly financial report, which is the traditional financial report you've been seeing for many, many years. And Tammy and her entire team have really been pioneers in analyzing new and different data. She and her tax managers and accountants have just done a phenomenal job. Also, we have our Director of Economic Development, John Hall, who's just been a key contributor to our financial sustainability and recovery efforts. And I don't want to leave out my colleague, Barbara Opie, a Deputy City Manager, who has many years of experience in leading the City of Westminster's budget process. And clearly she's been a key colleague and contributor to this as we've gone through it. Chris, if you would just take us to our goals for today and the next slide. I want to just set forth up front our intention to help the council, the public, our residents, and our workforce achieve a deeper understanding of the city's current financial crisis. You know, looking back, just those 4 months have gone by so quickly, but one of the things that was determined and envisioned at that time is that it would take a few months for the city to hopefully sustain these closures of indoor dining, closures of theaters, closures of bars and restaurants in whole and so forth, to really measure our sales tax and the impacts thereon. And we've had a few months to do that. And we had forecasted back in March that in June there would be some loosening, some cracking of the valve, and some hope and progress in managing the public health crisis. And we saw that, and that was terrific. And so that's part of the reason that's contributed to this late July date. However, as you know, we've had a bit of a setback in increase in cases and in the restriction of liquor sales to certain hours and so forth that will have an impact on our economy. But it was time for this check-in. We've got, I think, nearly almost 5 hours set aside for this subject for you, Mayor and Council, and for all of those watching. So we intend to, as I say, achieve a deeper understanding of this current financial crisis. We'll then review the steps already taken to mitigate. Council, I know that you're aware of many, if not all of these, as we've gone through. I've had monthly updates for City Council. I haven't missed a City Council meeting or special meeting since March, since we've launched into this financial crisis. We have had a holiday in there in between, so we did miss a Monday or two in there, but every single meeting of the City Council has included an update. Some of them extensive, some of them smaller in detail. So we want to go over what we've done to mitigate those impacts and really start to outline the third bullet here, potential steps to mitigate this. And I want to break that into two categories, and I would ask you to be mindful and be thinking about really what this amounts to in two different prongs, if I can call it that. One is we have a short-term crisis. We just made our payroll Friday morning as a city. We have a short-term crisis that we're mitigating. We want to remain solvent and liquid and on top of our short-term financial obligations. But we also have to have a mind of the future. And we had hoped by July 26th here that we would have a better idea of our future. We had hoped that this virus would have completely flattened in terms of cases, hospitalizations, deaths, all of the different metrics, and that we would know what a stabilized level of revenue might be. I have to say, we're not in that position today. We just aren't. There's great uncertainty, and we need to prepare for a couple of different outcomes, and we've done that in terms of some of our forecasting, and then tried to connect that to what some potential steps might be to mitigate that. So the second prong is long-term thinking. We need to start doing that. One thing we did along the way is converted to a one-year budget from a two-year budget, and I think that that's proven very wise, because we'll have difficulty forecasting the fourth quarter of this year and 2021, much less 22 and beyond. So I think that was a very good choice, and will give us hopefully some greater clarity as we move through this. So those are our goals for today, and the things that we hope to both update and interact with you on as we move through this. I'll tell you that this is likely to be one of the most profound and significant financial overviews, certainly in my 30-year career, both as a professional and a student of finance and economics, and I think it may very well be for you too. These numbers are ones that we've never seen before, and the challenges ahead will be very, very great. At the same time, I have great confidence and great assurance that we have the talent, the resilience, and the dedication to get through this, and perhaps even come out better on the other side. So with that, I'd like to just kind of walk through the next slide, and we had at a moment here where we would welcome your question on the poll, but Chris, we'll just move straight into our guiding principles, and I'll talk about this for a moment or two because I think it will really guide our discussion. And of course, I'll be coming back to things like short-term versus long-term as we discuss the crisis and move along. But these guiding principles will be ones that you'll want to keep top of mind. Protect existing employees. I'm going to talk a little bit about each of these. You know, this is a services organization, Westminster City Government. We have 1,000 plus regular full-time workers and 2,000 when you include our part-time and seasonal workers. Those people we've invested in as a community, talent, skill, and we've received dedication and discretionary effort from those existing employees. It's been a huge investment, and shedding their dedication and talent is something that we really want to protect and avoid to the greatest extent possible. It has an impact on culture, it has an impact on service, it has an impact on those things that were just described in your work, creating a vision for Westminster. But what we've done is, and what we seek to do is make use of existing staff where possible, and instead of contracting out or filling vacant positions. We are in a hiring freeze. We'll have some data around that here in a moment. But we've been working very hard to map people's skills from their current roles into different ones as we move forward, and that's going to be another guiding principle. Another thing that we all need to start thinking about is this third bullet point. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the reserves that have been used, the cash that's been spent in order to balance the books during these last 3 months. You're going to see some data on that, and it's challenging. And we're using those reserves, and thank heavens that the city has had the great vision and fortitude to build those reserves. In fact, they've doubled over the last 5 years, and had those reserves not been on hand, this conversation would be a lot different, and it would have occurred several weeks ago, I'm sure. Those reserves have afforded the city the time and opportunity to react thoughtfully to the longer term issue that we're facing. Unlike some of our neighbors who perhaps haven't had the reserves there. But there's just another emergency potentially around the corner. There's just another economic downturn or recession, and we all are familiar with the business cycles and how they come and go over the decades. And so one of the things that we'll have to have a mind toward is rebuilding those reserves in the future once the revenues and expenditures have stabilized. We have also taken a very, very close look at our capital improvement plan and looked at its guiding principles. And we believe that it does make sense to proceed with certain critical capital projects. We'll give you a few more details on those, but they would be ones that wouldn't surprise you. Ones with significant matching funds or ones that would develop revenue. So we had a mind to that. And Council, I've discussed in the past the cash on hand in the city's reserves, but also the cash on hand that the city has set aside in a pay-as-you-go vision for funding capital projects. There's additional cash on hand. We want to get feedback. We're doing that now. We have set up portals for community feedback. We're receiving lots of input. We're also working very hard to get our employee input and implement the feedback that we're seeing from our workforce. These are people with boots on the ground and understand our businesses better than anybody and how we can innovate, evolve, adapt, and save. And so those are really critical as well. We want to protect and preserve assets. Clearly, the city has significant assets that we need to preserve and maintain. And I have this in the last bullet as well, but it goes without saying that we want to maintain and invest in keeping up what we already have. And that's another guiding principle for us in our financial decision making. We've worked extensively with our departments and our executive leadership team to take a very careful look at their programs in identifying ways to shift funds between programs, adjust service offerings in our new fiscally constrained environment. I think that our workforce, hopefully our city council, and I think the residents of Westminster probably envision that the future looks different than the past. It does. From how we can provide services in recreation centers with, how people might be vulnerable to a virus or other hazards, whatever the case may be in the future. We think our business looks different. We also want to think about our service delivery via innovation. That's one of the eyes and spirit that we take very seriously, and ways for us to innovate and respond. So I talked a little bit about ongoing existing operations and really taking care of the assets that the city has worked so hard to build and make available for the residents. So with that, I think I'd like to turn it over to Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager and Director of our Policy and Budget Department, to talk a little bit about more specifics that he'll cover in describing what's occurred in the most recent months and as it relates to the city's ordinary budget activities. Chris?
Thank you for the introduction, Larry. And I think I've accidentally gone back a couple of slides here, so I'm going to keep us moving forward. So I'm going to set up with a little bit of information as to where we are right now over the next couple of slides. But before that, I just want to recap the structure that we're talking about and a little about the focus of the funds we're going to be talking about. So the general fund is the city's primary operating fund. That's where operations like police and fire and most of community development and much of the administrative services like human resources and finance are paid out of. The general fund is primarily funded by sales and use tax. That's captured when it comes into the city in a different fund called the Sales and Use Tax Fund. Just to simplify this as we move forward, we're going to consider that as the general fund. And I'm going to go into a little bit more, but sales and use tax, what comes in is 3% general sales and use tax and 8.6% public safety tax. And just quick reminder, the general fund and the utility fund are the funds that have formal reserves within our accounting structure. That's important because I want to talk about a couple of the other funds that you're going to hear more about today. And there's specific reasons for each of these. So our general capital improvement fund, like it says, is where we pay for general capital out of. But within the general capital improvement fund, there's also a portion of ongoing FTEs or staff, and FTE, full-time equivalent, 1 FTE, 40 hours a week worth of work. It could be split between multiple people. Much of what comes into the General Capital Improvement Fund in terms of revenue is a transfer, but there's also $7 million in restricted revenues that are in the General Capital Improvement Fund. And those restricted revenues, like our sales and use tax, are very sensitive to economic conditions. Some of them are sales and use tax based, like the transportation tax in Adams County that we receive a share of, along with open space taxes from either county. Our Parks, Open Space and Trails Fund, which collects the post tax, is also a critical one as we're going to go forward and talk here. The post tax and the post fund pays for staffing and operations of maintenance activities and also capital improvements. Again, this is another one that's sales and use tax. It's very sensitive to economic conditions. And actually, this is a little bit more sensitive to economic conditions as compared to the general fund, because the general fund has a little bit more diversity of revenues as compared to parks and open space. And post, the primary revenue stream is that sales and use tax, the post sales and use tax. And then our golf fund, while we typically talk about this in terms of an enterprise fund, the golf fund pays for staffing and operations and capital as well. It's somewhat sensitive to economic conditions. And I say that because we saw when sales and use tax dropped towards the beginning of this and facilities shut down, we saw decreased revenue because the golf course shut down as well. The golf fund typically receives a direct subsidy from the post fund as well. That's to help offset the debt service that's paid for the Walnut Creek Golf Course. We're identifying these three funds because these are non-utility funds that pay for staff. And as we continue to believe in maintaining the existing staff and protecting those staff, we're very concerned about the staff that resides in these funds, as well as the general fund on the slide previous. I'd like to go through some information here about revenue shortfalls. We're going to talk about revenues first, and then we're going to talk about expenditures. All of this information is contained within the monthly financial report, and this is actually, these charts are from the June financial report, which I believe you have the COVID Chronicle. You also have the statement in the back. The charts are directly from the financial report, which is in your packet. But you get these every month. I want to highlight some very specific areas in the funds that we just talked about. So again, this chart is from the June 2020 monthly financial report. It's a year-to-date revenue comparison through June. So 2018 through June, 2019 through June, and 2020 through June. This excludes sales and use tax, which goes a little bit against what I just told you, but I want to maintain some consistency with the financial report that you see. And I'll show the sales and use tax fund next.
I apologize, Chris, did you say this is in our packet?
The statement is in your packet. I don't believe this, I don't believe the report is in your packet. So I don't think these specific charts are in there. So I'm going to hit some of the specific revenue items kind of quickly here. Our intergovernmental revenue is clearly up in 2020. That's due to the CARES Act. We've also seen higher than expected revenues coming from the Thornton Revenue Sharing Intergovernmental Agreement. And we've also begun getting a different type of funding from our E911 authority in 2020 as compared to earlier years. Our other revenues are up. However, it looks, I think looks are a little deceiving because 2019 was unusually low due to some significant write-offs that happened. Our recreation services are clearly down and down quite a bit because of those COVID closures. And our permits and fines are down, also likely due to the impact of COVID-19. For our expenditures, what you get on this chart is a breakdown also of expenditures through June for 2019 and 18 by department within the general fund. So most notably here, central charges is up because this is where we're booking some of those CARES expenses. And I think the biggest one you're going to see right here is the business assistance. Much of those expenses have already accrued here in central charges, but those CARES funds we're spending out of that central charges department that's on here. We're also noting that police is up due to personnel expenditures. That was expected because we increased the number of FTEs within the police department. Coming back around to sales and use taxes. So for our sales and use tax fund, again, sales and use tax represents nearly 70% of all our general fund revenue, 3% general, 0.6% public safety. 2020 is down significantly compared to 2019 due to the impacts of COVID. And we're showing both budgeted revenue, actual revenue, budget expenses, actual expenses in 2019. I think the expenses are a little misleading because of how we transfer funds out of these. I think really here the revenue graphs, those actual revenue graphs are most important. I'm going to keep going on here, and I'm going to talk about some of those specific funds that I mentioned just a moment ago. So our sales and use tax fund, again, the highlight here is the difference between what we budgeted for 2020 and the year-to-date actuals. We put a big arrow there. At the moment, we're at a gap of 4.2 million, but you'll actually see in March, we were ahead of revenues. So we have lost more than 4.2 million. Significantly, those impacts started in April. All right, now we're going to get back to those other funds. So post revenue, 0.25% post dedicated sales and use tax. Similar to sales and use tax fund, you're going to see many of the same trends that are here. Our 19 revenues and expenditures were up overall compared to 2020 because we had fairly significant carryover in 2019. So just a little bit of what you're seeing in 2019 there. And then once again, golf, I mentioned golf towards the beginning. Our 2020 revenues are down. However, since we've been tracking these, collections significantly improved with the reopening in May. Our June, July collections are exceeding collections from the same time in 2019. So we do hope for a turnaround here that'll close the gap. Golf fund is one where those expenditures actually are down as well. Because when courses were closed, we didn't hire seasonals and temporaries that would have staffed over the summertime. And we actually migrated some other staff over there to help out during the summer. We do expect that to pick back up as those golf courses are busy and we get back into reopening.
Chris, maybe you could bookmark this question for later, but what percentage of that revenue for the golf courses is actually from people utilizing the golf courses, and what percentage is transfers from post? I would like to know at some point. Does that question make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm going to take this slide forward, and perhaps Chris will have a moment to take a peek for that number or take a look at it over the lunch hour, as the case may be. Let's see. We have a lot of information here. I should pause for just a moment and solicit any additional questions that you might have about some of the numbers that we've already presented. I'll just look for your green lights or any raised hands, so don't hesitate to do that. If I miss it, forgive me. That's quite a screen here, and kudos to all those who've come before me in managing those questions and things. But you see here a bit of a consolidation. Let me also just mention that we worked very, very hard in the last couple of days to take a look at our June sales taxes. Now that's economic activity that occurred in June, people purchasing retail items, groceries, all of those kinds of things. They were due to be either filed online Monday, July 20th, or postmarked USPS no later than midnight Monday. We had hoped to get more of those receipts in. That was one of the reasons we suggested Sunday, July 26th to have a briefing with you and have this presentation and discussion, is that we would have a lot of filings. Well, we've got a lot of filings in, and we see similar trends to what we experienced thus far for May collections in spite of even some additional openings. We are seeing the same trends with home improvement, sporting good retail, and so forth, but obviously our admissions tax and movie theater activities are obviously significantly diminished or decreased. But we're still waiting for some more filings to come in. We will probably have an update for you on that a week from Monday. So we're covering our receipts for the economic activity of May. And then of course our June expenditures and other cash revenues that the city received during June we're presenting here. And you see a bit of a consolidated slide by fund here that outlines the decrease in revenues for each of these funds. But I want to now take your attention to a consolidated view of what's happening in the city's cash activities. This is a pro forma report that we've never produced before. To my mind, anybody in local government, that is, because we're taking such a careful look at the short-term financial crisis in the city's liquidity and its solvency. So we've built this on a pro forma basis. We've titled this slide, I'm going to spend a little bit of time here, so I ask for your patience as I delve into it, but I think this is a slide that you'll want to see updated regularly, and that I know management is watching very, very carefully. The title of the slide is Cash Burn / Build. And let me describe what that is. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and startup companies around the world often get a cash influx from seed or angel investors, venture capitalists, things like that. And that happens when a company, different from the city, is not yet generating revenue, but they have an idea. And they're burning through cash at a certain rate. And it's commonly understood in the business community, and in particular that sector of the economy, what is the cash burn rate of a company for its salaries and other expenses as it develops its product. Now, there's no direct relationship to city government finance. However, the concept is what widely understood, and I think distills down, boils down, consolidates just exactly how the city is going. If there were to be one thing that I want to know as chief financial officer is, what is the cash build or burn rate? Now, most of us are used to hearing burn, but now I'll go into some of the numbers. In the first quarter of the year, frankly, as expected and budgeted, the city built its cash. And so the bars are the amount of the cash that was built for the month of January, for all of the 6 months. But let me just illustrate February. February, the city's pro forma seasonally adjusted revenues and expenditures built cash of $1 million. And you can see that on the bar. The green line, the teal line, excuse me, is the cumulative cash build. And you'll see in March, there was an additional 1.7 million built, the two together around about 2.5. And you see that that's where the green line trends to. In terms of how the city did in the first quarter, it built cash and as expected and as planned for. Now in April, obviously there was, and frankly, it would have built a little bit more in March, but we had significant impacts to our cash recreation revenues. So in April, May, and June, you obviously see that the cash burn rate or expenses exceeding revenues, again, on a seasonally adjusted basis, pro forma basis, were respectively for the months, 2 million, 2 million, and a little over 3 million. That's been the cash impact of COVID-19. By the way, we welcome, of course, to transparency and reconciliation of these numbers. One of the things that we did in making this a pro forma report is that we took the CARES economic activity out of the picture because they were received in such a large chunk, obviously, and will be spent down in pieces going forward. Rather, it's more fundamental for us to look at our core economic activities for a number of reasons. We will be tracking this in the coming months and probably in the coming years, quite frankly, until we can see a stabilization. And so we know that CARES and federal stimulus may be one time, it may be a second time, one never knows. But we think that this is something that gets to the heart and to the core of what's happening in the economics. When you blend together all of the pieces from the various funds, when you talk about debt service and support to golf and post and all these different things, admissions tax and so forth, and all of the details, frankly, that are in our COVID Chronicle and in our monthly financial report, you distill it all down to one thing, and this tells you really the pulse and the heartbeat of what's happening with the city's finances. So that, Chris, would you move us forward? I have a feeling we'll come back to that, and if there are any questions. Mayor Atchison, I see that you've got your light to green there, sir. May I answer a question?
No question. I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. Very well. Well, Chris, if you take us to the next slide, and that has to do with our 2020 revenue projections. And I have to tell you, this has been one of the most challenging things that our team has faced into, is trying to come to a place to predict and forecast the city's revenues. You know, maybe it's a chance for me to just take a moment and talk a little bit about the DISC profile. And that's my DISC profile and that of frankly, my colleagues in the city manager's office. You recall there was a continuum, a spectrum, one of those vertical lines. On one side, it had follow your first impression. On the other side, it had analyze in depth. And I found it fascinating that myself and my city manager's office colleagues, all of us fell right in the middle. And that was very illuminating to me. It's been a little while since I had a look at my DISC profile, Mike and John, I confess, excuse me, David. But that was quite revealing. Also, and maybe something to carry forward, at least my own DISC profile on the two lines that were receptive and challenging, I fell right in the middle there too. And so as an I hope to inspire your thoughts, actions, and your leadership as we get into not just these revenue projections, but going forward in terms of how to do some longer term mitigation. So with that, Chris, would you take us forward a slide, and I'll try to outline what we've done in a little bit of detail, and then describe what some of these impacts may be. So first, we've focused on the general fund. We haven't gotten into the utility fund. We focused on the general fund and those that impact the general fund, and we've listed them here because those are the heart of our operations that don't relate to those business exchanges between water, sewer, stormwater, etc. We've gone through a couple hundred lines of revenue. I just want to pause there and let that sit out there. Our analysts with leadership have gone through a couple hundred lines of revenue. And we know that some of those are going to be relatively stable and constant going forward. We've tried to distill those out. One example would be interest income. We think that that'll be fairly stable going forward. A lot of the reserves of the city will be there and will be earning interest. In fact, since overall interest rates have gone down, the value of those reserve investments has increased a bit, and we will be realizing those throughout this process. And there are many others that will remain constant as we move forward. Obviously, one of the biggest ones probably on your mind is property tax. In fact, property tax payments and filings have been a little bit larger than last year, just folks paying a little bit early and so forth. So we anticipate property tax would be fairly stable. However, we've adjusted and spent great time in trying to forecast those revenues, of course, the biggest ones that are affected by consumer and business spending. It's important to highlight that because those two patterns are very, very different. Our general use tax is a function of business investment. We know that a lot of the travel and accommodations tax and things happening are driven by businesses that have people visiting the Westminster economy. So we focused on sales and use taxes clearly, and that's a mix, as I just said. Accommodations taxes, no doubt. Recreation fees. I just want to express my appreciation for our partners in parks, recs, and libraries who have worked with our team to analyze their revenue scenarios, particularly with golf courses being open, but in a different manner. And I described that here with merchandise, green fees, and cart rentals. One of the things that we've done, it's not on this bullet, but again, credit to Tammy Hitchens and her team. You notice on page 4 of the COVID Chronicle, we have the whole page called Deeper Dive. And I'm really proud of the work that's gone into this. And in fact, one of the things that we commissioned and analyzed is admissions tax. And obviously, just as little as 30 to 45 days ago, we were on a path as a community, as a country, to see movie theaters reopening. And that's not an insignificant amount of revenue. By this time last year, the city had collected $250,000 on its way to $500,000 throughout the course of the entire year. And that's been impacted significantly with obviously a 50% decrease year to date. So we're getting a little further down in those 200 lines to better understand our sources of revenue. And I'm talking about just the admissions tax outside of economic development areas and so forth, if you're following along and peeking at the details. So I just want to impress upon you that much has gone into revisiting and further analyzing our sources of revenue as a city, and then connecting that to what we think may happen going forward. I'm going to show you some graphs here in a minute when I get Chris to advance it, but don't do it yet, Chris. You know, a lot of folks have been trying to understand, and this goes from the Secretary of the Treasury to the Chairman of the Federal Reserve to the Chief Financial Officers of all Fortune 500 companies. We are all trying to understand what the future looks like. And there's some consensus about recovery and what that looks like. And folks have really started to describe these future recoveries based on the shape of the line, if I may. Some of them have been described as a W shape, where we were here, we went down, we came back up, we're going to go back down, we'll come up again, and it's the shape of a W. I say that in the most elementary form because there may be many folks who aren't familiar with this who might be listening in. There was also this really broad U shape, right? That economic activity would come down and go sideways for a bit and then immediately recover. The thinking has evolved that it's probably different from that. And we've modeled our recovery, as you can imagine, several different ways, including the things that I've already described. But as you see here on the bullet point, there's this, I mean it when I say folks from all corners of the profession in academia, investors, venture capitalists, and municipal chief financial officers are describing the squiggle return to economic security, and that is just what it sounds like, and that is a really up and down type of experience. And we've modeled our revenues similarly with an optimistic, a pessimistic, a most likely case, a midpoint, you name it. We've done that. And we think that that's probably most likely now. We didn't believe that 4 months ago. 4 months ago, we thought it was a very simple situation like this. There'd be a closing, an opening. We had a very strong fundamental economy. Federal Reserve Chairman said that on the Today Show, his first interview of that office in 25 years, that could be the recovery. Now, as you note here in this last bullet point, we have liquor sales restrictions, and we have rising hospitalizations, delayed reopenings, clearly, and school uncertainty. There have been some school districts, very large ones, in different parts of the country who have announced virtual only and online classes and so forth only, that we believe will definitely impact the economy of the country and of Westminster. So we took those things into consideration, and we believe that an uncertain or a more volatile or a squiggle shape, hopefully recovery or new normal may be the case. So with that, Chris, would you move forward and I'll answer a question from Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have two questions. First, I want to say thank you to you and everyone on your team that helped go through those hundreds of lines of revenue sources to come up with kind of your assessment and model of what's going to happen. I recognize that this is for 2020. I was wondering, as you expand the timeline of looking at these shortfall scenarios, I have read articles that believes there's going to be a housing correction soon on perhaps about 10% correction on housing prices. Are you looking at those for some of our future scenario modeling? And then my second question is, if this is a squiggle, I guess, if you were to plot what our revenues are going to look like, is your recommendation, and perhaps you're getting to that, to try to get our expenses to match the bottom nodes, so that as we have those, better times, we're putting that in reserves, but because cash flow is so critical to be able to hit, to be liquid, to make our expenses, do we need to really, even though we recognize it'll be squiggly, try to model our expenses for the lower node of that squiggle?
Thank you. I'll answer the second question first, if I may. Our approach, and much of this will be driven by the choices of the City Council and potentially that of the residents of Westminster. What we see is an intersection. Obviously, right now, those expenses are not tracking our revenues, and they'll need to intersect first. It's at what point in the future they might intersect that's based on many of those choices, which we'll have here toward the end of our presentation, probably after the lunch hour. But then, yes, I think even if the revenue continues to be volatile and uncertain, we want to have our expenditures below the low point of that for a couple of reasons. One, for financial sustainability. That's key. We won't have financial sustainability unless on an ongoing recurring basis, expenditures are less than revenues. Also, even with an up, down, or volatile revenue stream, as long as the expenses are below the low point of that up and down, for lack of a better description, we will be able to rebuild the reserves of the city and be prepared for economic recession or other events that may occur in the future. So I wanted to answer that second question first. The first question that you had is, are we doing other modeling or considering other scenarios that may occur regarding housing change? One of the biggest ones that's on our mind, we haven't yet quite modeled, is related to federal economic stimulus and what that might be, what it might look like. Certainly, you'll see here in a moment, we do have a concern in terms of modeling the federal stimulus for unemployment that's expiring, I think, later this week, and how that will impact the community and so forth as we move forward. So there are a lot of different potential outcomes, but you'll see here in a moment what we think could be a series of outcomes. And really, how does that necessarily connect to levels of service, choice of service, and other mitigating factors, revenue changes, whatever the case may be. And I'm giving you a little preview of everything that's on the table. One of the things, maybe that's a good point that I didn't make about being in the middle on analysis and first impressions is we believe our job as a city manager's office and a budget finance team is to present options and to put things on the table for the city council to consider and analyze. Outcomes are your choices, of course, but our job is to be diligent and thoughtful and undertake the due diligence that council can have at its hands, any available resources to respond, mitigate this financial crisis. So those were two very long answers to a couple of very good questions, but I'll just quickly look across the audience and see if there are any other questions, or I'll just kind of move forward with just expanding what these various scenarios look like.
Go ahead, Larry. There's no questions right
Thanks, Mayor. Okay. It's probably a little bit of a disservice in the upper level. You see this U-shaped recovery. Well, it doesn't exactly look like the U shape in your English class or in your elementary school. It's shaped somewhat like that, but gives you a little bit of an idea. First of all, let me just point out that these are 2020 revenue projections as a reminder. We'll get into what things look like going forward. We've modeled a couple of different things, but these are for the balance of 2020. The upper left being the U shape, lower left being this W shape. They're labeled, and it doesn't necessarily look perfectly like a W shape. And we have not yet modeled the full winter first quarter on this graph anyway. We have for some potential impacts what the W shape looks like. Upper right was a swoosh shape, and if you're a fan of the Nike company, you know what a swoosh is, but it's essentially a steep drop, but then a more gradual return. We don't think that a swoosh is likely any longer, but I wanted to put this in as one of the things we analyzed very early on, probably in the early April, late March look at things. We didn't anticipate as long a closure necessarily or as deep. We now are continuing to experience that. And then last but not least, the lower right is this squiggle shape, and you'll see the gap between revenues and expenditures. You'll see how they move potentially with the restriction in liquor sales or gradual reopening of indoor dining or potentially closing of indoor dining. And we needed to realistically model that as we move forward through the balance of 2020. So for those of you who are visual, you probably connected those percents and understood them as a relative to dollars and so forth. But Chris, if you would just move me forward to the next grid, we'll have the numbers that relate to each of these. So again, we went through the U shape and the swoosh shape and what those mean, perhaps 20 to 23 million. We're tracking toward that. Those are the things that we described very early on in this process, but we don't think that we'll have nearly that kind of recovery here for July activities, what with some restrictions and increases coming about. So more realistically, it's the next two columns. Chris, if you would pull those up. We probably think that it's modeling $4 to $5 million unfavorable, more unfavorable as we advance. Now, and let me just describe a little bit more. We have the shapes described in yellow. We have the funds on the left column. We have a shortfall. We took the midpoint of each of those. We had an optimistic and a pessimistic, and we chose the midpoint as perhaps a greatest probability under that given scenario. And as you'll see, the shortfall range for each is presented. And in this squiggle shape, it's onward of 23.1 million to 32.6 million. And that doesn't necessarily for 2020 deviate substantially from what we initially modeled in late March, early April. So I'm pleased to report that for the short term and for this short-term gap, that the city will have the resources, the reserves, and the solvency to make thoughtful choices and not have to not be pushed into a position to make immediate decisions here on July 26th or in the coming just number of days. But it's evident that a longer-term discussion is necessary. We're going to engage in that today and begin on a path for some next steps related to long-term forecasting and long-term recovery.
Hey, Mr. Gore, can I ask a quick question? So you just alluded to it. You had said that this wasn't far off from the initial discussion we had, because I seem to recall the around the 30 million mark of what we thought the impact for the year was going to be. Am I remembering correct?
Yes, thank you, Councilor. Yes, we had said 20 to 30 million, and being conservative as we are, one of our values, and I mean all of ours, I think, as a community, is we started considering things on the higher side of that, so roughly 30 million. And then you'll recall, and I've got a few slides coming about reserves and what's on hand, $32 million in cash on hand to mitigate that, plus some 20 plus million in cash funded capital projects. So yes, your memory is correct, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions, or Chris, would you just move us forward into more discussion of what we're doing in the short term? And let me just expand on what I was describing to Counselor DeMott. This is, we've really, in a crisis, wanted to make sure that we, again, are solvent and have cash flow and working capital for the short run, just as any business would, and then start taking an eye for the future. Mr. Lindsay, if you would just advance me one slide there. First, in terms of how to respond, I had that 30 million, let's just call it, as we were just discussing. So what's on tap to mitigate that? How are we dealing with this cash burn, the 7 million that is changing? And how do we respond to that? Mr. Mayor, I've just noted in the chat a request for a
I'm just waiting for you to get to a pause point where I could tell you. We've had a request, so let's take a very short 5. Try to be right back.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, council, as soon as you're back, try to get your cameras turned on so I know everyone's present. We're still waiting for one council member there. All right, Larry, we're all back. Go ahead. Larry, are you back?
Mayor, I think we're just waiting for our city attorney, and we'll be ready to go. Thank you, sir.
He's here. Let's go.
Welcome back, Mr. Frankel. Thank you. Okay. Just checking on our audience. I think we've got everyone and functioning, no thumbs down or anything of that nature. Thank you for this bio break, Mayor. I appreciate that. And thank you for the audience for doing that as well. And we'll keep moving ahead and mindful of our luncheon ahead. Okay, the subject that I was covering there was, again, short-term response, liquidity, solvency, and working capital of the city. So we immediately went into a mode of analysis and on our tools to mitigate this swift revenue decline that we were experiencing. And frankly, it takes so long to understand what the impacts would be back on that fateful March 16th when bars were closed, because we collect our sales taxes 50 days in arrears, nearly, of economic activity. So first, I want to say that one of the mitigators has been our carryover from 2019 to 2020. Now, there may be those in the audience who aren't familiar with that expression. I will say, from one government to another, it's described differently. It's not necessarily a technical term, but one that's well understood here at Westminster. But for those who might not be aware, what this means is that in 2019, the city's revenues were favorable and expenditures were favorable, such that cash was built or increased favorably by $9,500,000. So that money's right on hand. Now, our city's experience with that has typically been to program those carryover dollars, those favorable funds from 2019, into various capital projects and other community endeavors that can be funded very prudently and very cautiously through those carryover funds, meaning they may or may not be there from year to year. I will tell you, they probably will not be there for 2020, but for 2019 they were, and that was a very great outcome, and kudos to all around, particularly management for restricting expenses, and also for a very favorable revenue environment, which you saw on one of my earlier slides related to the first quarter of 2020 being a cash build of a couple $1 million. Okay, so that 9.5 million, it's audited. The city's external financial statement auditors have audited that carryover. Those funds are available for general operational purposes. So first, we have seized upon that. Second, the city has reserves. I described that a little bit earlier, but I want to put it on the table. General fund stabilization, 9.1 million. General reserve for emergencies, and certainly this is one, of $14 million. So when you add those together, that's the first wave of mitigation toward the city's revenue decline. I just want to check on Councilor Scully. Councilor Scully, are you okay, ma'am? Okay, I just wanted to. Okay, thank you. I was just, I beg your pardon. I don't mean to be paternal, but I want to make sure you were okay there with you had what you described earlier. So beg your pardon. I'll continue on. So if you add those together, those are discrete amounts of funds added together. I won't do the math for you, but it's a little over $32 million in cash to respond to what I just described. But clearly, that just wouldn't be enough. We need to contain our costs and avoid costs as rapidly as possible. And here's what we've done. We've refinanced debts, lowered our interest rates, and improved our cash flow. We've put every single debt obligation of the city under the microscope to the extent that with interest rates being so low that those could be refinanced. We've taken a look at that, some of which we've executed upon with council approval, and that's created a lot of help. We've obviously, we've also restricted travel and training. We have a number of administrative line items that are frozen or restricted that are contributing to mitigating this immediate solvency and cash flow challenge that we're having. And we've obviously got a hiring freeze. I'll say it's a selective hiring freeze because you have heard of our hiring of some lateral firefighters and police officers at City of Westminster, maintaining a dedication to those levels of service. And so it's a selective hiring freeze. And in a moment here, I'll be handing it off to Chris Lindsay for our next slide, which enumerates some more details on our hiring freeze. And then next up, we've frozen or temporarily delayed a number of capital projects. And we'll have a few more details for you on that coming up here. And we know that you'll be eager to understand some of those. And I'll pause because it's a pretty detailed slide. And we will be sharing the slides. Thank you for that reminder. For you to look at what's temporarily on hold, frozen, related to our capital projects. So with that, Mr. Lindsay, would you describe a few more details of our selective hiring freeze and how that's yielded funds? Unless I see a question.
Anita, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. Perhaps you're going to answer this later, but I was wondering if we had, for each of these different budget reduction or cost avoidance items, potential savings from them. So from refinancing debt, how much do we predict that we'll be able to save? Traveling, training restrictions and I know you're going into the hiring freeze. From the frozen capital project budgets, I'd like to see a list of what those are. And then, what is the dollar amount associated with them? And one thing I'm worried about is, we had a very good presentation from Streets explaining to us how expensive deferred maintenance can be, and it can actually exponentially increase the cost. So I want to be somewhat judicious in that. And then my last question with the general fund reserves, what percentage are we using in 2020 of our full reserves? What would be left in the kitty? Based off of how we're contemplating using those to meet our cash burn.
Sure, let me answer your last question first, related to what are we predicting. And it's actually a good time for me to provide context on where we're going throughout the rest of this day and then toward council's next budget retreat in mid-September. We obviously have keen forecasts around our revenues. We understand what these short-term mitigation choices will do, but we'll be developing the city's budget going forward based on some of the mitigation items that come onto the table a little bit later. And as we described our service evolution and what that might look like, some of which we may be able to accomplish throughout the course of this year, some which may take a year or two to accomplish. So I'll say we don't have a forecast this minute because we haven't built in our expenditure budget, which we'll be intending to do based on the outcomes of this discussion and in coming discussions around programs and services as we move into the next stage of the 2021 budget. So stay with us for that. As for more detail on capital, we actually have 10 or 12 bullet point slide coming up here in a moment that'll have descriptors of each of them. Regarding street maintenance, absolutely. That was on an earlier slide where I described taking care of what we've got as a city. We have put a very high priority on that. And also there's a return on investment, an ROI on maintaining our streets, because street replacement, as we all know, is a significant multiple of the cost of maintenance. So we would not be very prudent in ignoring that general maintenance that would otherwise lead to very, very costly replacements. That was one of our guiding principles on an earlier slide, for sure. As for what do these cost avoidances yield, I think that's a good transition for me to hand over to Chris Lindsay, who's got a full slide on hiring freeze and some other things. And I think Chris might have right at hand, and if not, I'll attempt to assist Chris. I think what we're saving in these other items, refinance, travel, training, and so forth. Chris?
Thanks, Larry. I'm going to have to defer to you on refinancing debt. For travel and training restrictions, I think right now we're in the realm of a couple $100,000. I think that's definitely going to increase to around potentially $500,000 by the end of the year. Assuming that travel continues to be restricted, and also as a policy, but also just because of the level of transmission of COVID that's out in the community. I think we've seen conferences that are, CML just recently, but conferences that are far out as September and October that have already canceled and going virtual. So I think there will be savings, pretty good savings there. Hiring freeze and capital budget, like Larry said, I'm going to jump into those right now. So one of the first actions that city management took was to institute a selective hiring freeze very early on. And just so you have an update on that, currently there are 39 positions that are frozen, and I've broken those out here between the general fund and the utility fund. Separate from those 39 that are currently frozen, there have been 42.5 that have been hired or approved to hire since the hiring freeze went into effect. Those are positions that were potentially frozen at the very beginning. Those are also positions that became vacant in the meantime over the last 4 months. To date, we've realized about $1.4 million worth of savings and 1.1 million of that being in the general fund. Our savings in this area fluctuates through the end of the year based on how many of those we release, how many vacancies continue to happen. But we believe there's likely about an additional $1.4 million with a similar breakdown between funds, $1.1 million in the general fund through the end of the year. So that if those savings are right within that ballpark, the general fund would realize $2.2 million in savings from a selective hiring freeze. I would add, this doesn't include savings in temporary and seasonal employees, like I mentioned earlier. Those are a bit more difficult for us to track. I looked at a draft with some numbers the end of this past week. We're sharpening the pencil to get that down, but there's definitely savings from our temporary and seasonal employees, especially like I mentioned, golf and parks also. Those are primarily where we'll see those savings. We're getting close to having a finer number on that. We've been talking about a capital project, and internally we've been talking about frozen capital projects. So very early on, staff and management went through and looked at projects that had unencumbered amounts. So the project manager hadn't yet identified a need to spend money. And we started project budget, excuse me. So we started out looking at projects that had $1 million or more sitting in a project account. So fairly significant construction accounts, streets maintenance, some of those others. And then since then, we've taken it down to a lower threshold that we've gone through and reviewed projects, and we've gotten feedback from our project managers, our leadership team, as we've moved along here. So in place currently with a list of frozen CIP projects, there's $31 million in unrestricted funds that is currently frozen, and there's $11 million in restricted funds that are currently frozen. Those restricted funds are open space, so post-tax, and also the share we get from both Jefferson County open space and Adams County open space for parks and open space projects. Right now, we're projecting those CIPs will be frozen until January 1st. We have promised our internal project managers an update on September 15th. That's also immediately following the delivery of the budget to the proposed budget to council. So we really want to time those two events together. And then just to remind you, because we talked about this a while ago, and Larry brought it up, but why have we frozen CIPs and capital projects? That's to make sure we have cash on hand to continue to pay salaries and benefits and to continue critical operations across the city. So I'm going to put this list of currently frozen CIP projects up on the screen. I imagine folks are going to want to read through that, so I'm going to give you a minute to look through.
Chris, if you might, it's Larry again. Just for those in the audience who may or may not be familiar with every single one of these, perhaps you could just give a very light description of these, if you may, sir. I'd appreciate that, just for the listening audience. And then it may be a good stopping point for observations or questions for council after you've given a chance to describe those very lightly, sir.
All right, I'm going to do a very, very light overview. And I would start off by saying, so what we did early on in the process, and with a discussion with council, we identified some capital prioritization guiding principles around protecting health and safety, leveraging matching funds, saving operating expenses or generating new revenue, preserving assets, continuing capital that meets policy commitments, provides a geographic balance, and then I think some others that are fairly standard. But if there happen to be a capital project that includes a staffing component, we're legally obligated to perform, that has revenue restrictions beyond those that I identified, or that needs to occur in coordination with other projects. And we went through that whole list, starting with $1 million and up in project budget. And then we actually lowered our threshold more after that point in time. And I think the most clear question we had for project managers across the board was, are you going to spend these funds before July 1st of this year and actually cash out the door before July 1st of this year, and then December 31st of this year? And I think there were some fairly critical back and forth that happened on these. But this is the list that we got to. I'll go through briefly. So Rodeo Market renovation, this is related to the restaurant opportunity within the Rodeo Market. Our bridge and pedestrian railing replacement. These are the rails over the bridges that the city maintains. We worked with our streets department to identify that this could be delayed until next year. You'll see more about that when we come back with a 2021 CIP. There's HVAC projects for both City Hall and City Park that we're accumulating cash for construction and completion of these projects in future years. There have been facilities renovations for City Hall and other facilities that were on the board. As we don't currently have employees occupying those spaces, and we're not quite sure what the future of work looks like, we've frozen that project. The Federal Parkway improvement from 120th to 122nd is a project where we were accumulating fairly significant funds for a construction project in future years. There's a number of downtown Westminster projects that include parks projects where we have been accumulating funding for future construction. An account where we've been accumulating funding for future parking garage, potential roadway and alleyway work in the future, multiple parking accounts. So those are currently frozen. Holly Park infrastructure reconstruction, this goes along with the project at Holly Park. We've frozen that due to there's a lack of a need to spend those funds this year. We believe those can wait till later in the year, potentially the first of next year. The legacy irrigation system replacement is a project to replace the irrigation system at the Legacy Ridge Golf Course. The new municipal court facility is funds we've been accumulating for design and potential upfront costs for construction of a new municipal court facility. The quiet zone at 72nd, Lowell, and Bradburn, we don't believe those funds are necessary to spend this year. They can wait until a future year. Our real estate economic development strategic fund is for strategic opportunities. It doesn't have a clear need to expend funds right now, so that one has been frozen. And then the last one, an additional renovation of a building the city purchased on West 71st Avenue, hold on construction there until at least next year.
Chris, can you hold there for a minute? We've got several questions up. So, Mr. Demont.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions, and you may not be able to answer them now, but if I could get more detail, I'm curious what downtown projects. I know that you kind of alluded to what they'd be, but I'd be curious what they are. I'm also specifically curious if one of those is the Jumbotron. I imagine that's probably in the list of things that's going to be held off, but I'd like to know. The other question that I have is around the Holly Park infrastructure reconstruction. What does that do to that greater project, and does that create issues for the developers who are working on that project?
So to your first,
on the Holly Park, remember we just gave almost a year-long delay to the development company that we were selling that property to.
Okay.
So I think the mayor got there on the second question. On the first question, I'm not sure. That project in particular, so I'd have to go back and look to see where those funds are, Councilor.
Okay, if you could follow up with me, it's fine. It's not vital right now, but I would like to know what in the downtown is
Okay.
being impacted. And the other thing real quick that I don't see on the list, but I had a resident ask me about it, was the Harlan project in between the downtown and that business park next door. Is that being paused, or are we continuing to do that project at this point?
The Harlan project is paused at the moment. It's part of that bucket of downtown Westminster projects. I'll get you more detail on, but that one is frozen for the moment.
All right, thank you very much.
Catherine?
So
No.
I was curious what we did not freeze and how were the decisions made to freeze certain projects and not other projects?
So I don't have a complete list of those that were not frozen. As I was thinking through here, I think a couple of critical examples of projects that were not frozen were our streets maintenance. So our roadway accounts, those were not frozen. The Sheridan Underpass project is also proceeding. There's a fairly substantial list that we've gone through and reviewed. And as to how we came to this list, so I think first and foremost, the critical question was, does cash need to be spent this year, right? If it's a construction project, are we accumulating funds for construction next year? Are we doing design this year and construction 2021, 22, 23, some of those? If it's an agreement, the payment due this year? Is it due next year? So I think that was the most critical question, is that question. And then coming back to those capital project guiding principles I outlined earlier, health and safety, matching funds, does it save operating expenses with things like maintenance?
Okay, Nita.
Thank you, Chris.
And
And you just
Council,
kind of
if I
really
may, I
touched
just
on where
want to
my
provide a
question
little
was going to
context
be.
and
But I just
also.
want to make sure I'm.
Hang on a minute, Larry. Let's get the other question up. Anita, go ahead.
Sorry, Larry. I think there was a delay there or something. I didn't know you had started talking. I apologize. Chris, I feel like you did a good job answering my question, but I want to make sure I'm clear on this. These are projects that it doesn't actually even necessarily mean that we're not abandoning them, but the funding that has been accumulated for them was not going to be spent this year anyways. And so those funds could be used to help us meet our cash flow needs, is what I'm understanding. And those that it delay, there wasn't really the matching funds, or there wasn't a public safety component to it, or there wasn't a level of criticality that it needed to be done this year. So that's my first question. Am I accurately kind of recapping that?
That's correct.
Okay. I do have a question about the Holly Park infrastructure reconstruction, because while it's, there's kind of two projects there that this was going to benefit. And we did hear from the St. Mark's folks a lot of concerns about traffic egress and ingress. And this was one of the ways council felt kind of comfortable with approving that project, is that this was a commitment. So I'm wondering, with certificates of occupancies, because that St. Mark's is cooking with gas, and you don't have to tell me now, do we feel that there's going to be a pretty long delay between people are actually living there and commuting in and out from there and when this project will be constructed and started? I don't need the answer to that today, but I can contemplate that we're going to be getting that question, because I felt like we had made a commitment to the community, the surrounding community, that we would assist with. And maybe we didn't make a commitment, but I think we assured them that we would be wanting to help with this project. So I have a little bit of concern with that.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, and forgive me. I apologize for our little technical delays and so forth here in the technology. Thanks for your patience. I just want to further emphasize for council, these are cash-funded projects for which money is on hand, and as we have deepened this financial crisis and continue to have cash going out cash going out greater than cash coming in, this is a very short-term mitigation exercise. So to emphasize, none of these have been cut from the budget, council, you can do that. But we want to just enumerate the cash available and what it's actually connected to, so that if at some point in the future there's a choice of yours that suggests or sets forth rather that we would adjust these, it just gives a feel from a due diligence standpoint, sort of what's on the table. And that's our job, is to get all of these things in front of you and connect the details. So to emphasize things, the greatest illustration of that is new municipal court facility. There's cash on hand, or we could call it frozen, but clearly we haven't yet identified a site or some of the logistics around that. And Mr. DeMott, I see that your microphone light is green, sir.
You started going into what my other question was that I forgot to ask is about the municipal court. So my understanding was we're starting to basically bank money for that, knowing that at some point we need either to do something for a new municipal court. And I know there's a lot of options that we've talked about what that might look like. So are we saying that we're just not gonna at this point put more money into that pot? Or are we actually contemplating maybe potentially taking money out of the pot that we've set aside?
Those questions and others, I'm sure, are on everyone's mind. It's time for us to start talking about those kinds of things as a community. And as we are developing the 2021 budget, those are the sorts of things that would be on the table should the revenue squiggle forecast continue, and on and on. So those are the hard questions that we're facing into. Those are the very difficult choices that the community will face with revenues and services and projects. It's one of the mitigators is how do we do all of these things? So I appreciate your question, but nothing's been decided. What we want to present here are the short-term mitigating tools that are on hand. I showed you a cash burn at 5 million. There's 32 million in reserves and carryover available for that. But at some point, we'll have to make some very difficult choices. And the sooner we'll be making those choices for the 2021 budget, which has to be adopted just here in the coming months. So none of these things are final or decided, but clearly with the municipal court facility cash funded to the tune of, I think it's in the $7 to $8 million range, there's cash on hand. We will need to evaluate those kinds of choices, but just so everyone's clear, we could easily show a list of capital projects that are underway, will not be frozen or deferred or whatnot, and it's probably an equally comprehensive list of activities. Also, heavy maintenance as well. I would just say this is one of these difficult crossroads that we're in, obviously with a decline in revenue. And if we may just proceed forward with our next slides and just see how all of this starts to stitch together.
Yeah, and that's great. One thing that I would just note on specifically on the municipal court, that at some point maybe we have a bigger discussion about that specific thing. If it looks like it's going to be impacted in the way that you thought that you were going to fund it currently, maybe that's one of those things that we take a second look at how we would accommodate that for the community. I think there's some real challenges around what our current building is. And I don't really think long term we have a lot of time that we cannot address that from my understanding of it. So if I know I'm obviously not a big let's put a tax out, and I don't even know that you'd pass that normally, let alone in this kind of economy. But this city has more than once, for certain things that they feel are important to their community, been willing to pay for it. And I would point us to the post and the parks and the safety taxes. So maybe, just as a note, I want to at least make it part of the conversation at some point, probably not today, that if it looks like, we're not going to be able to fund that the way that we were anticipating funding it, maybe that's something that we look at how we get creative, because, the need's not going to go away. Not that the needs for these other things won't, but that's one of those core services, and being able to provide the safe judicial process for everybody who's involved in that is very important to me. So I want to make sure that, I want to at least put that thought out to my colleagues.
Thank you. We've noted that. And as I said in the opening, these will all be difficult challenges for the entire community going forward. And just unprecedented things to be discussing, particularly as the community has prepared for that new facility and what it means to the residents. So, well, if I may, let us proceed to just a few more slides on sort of these short-term mitigations. And I think we'll be approaching a logical time to break for lunch, or pretty close to the schedule. Chris?
Thanks, Larry. I think we'd like to talk to you now as we begin to look ahead to 2021, especially the 2021 budget. A lot of our financial staff has been focused on projecting for this year. And over the past couple of weeks, we've transitioned to looking at next year also. I think something that's really critical is that list of capital projects we just looked at that's frozen has definitely presented concern to staff. If we don't know when those projects will be able to proceed, it's very difficult to begin to project what capital is needed next year. So I think, you know, as we combine those revenue forecasts and what's available, I think the coming slides and what we'll talk to you about after lunch are really the points to focus in on. As we look to 2021, I think some of the biggest items that we have on our list, just to make sure everyone is aware of, legislative mandates that are going to affect the budget. You all know these, but we want to reemphasize these. So an FPPA increase, Fire and Police Pension Association increase, that guides the pension opportunities for our firefighters and police officers is due to be steadily increased over the next 10 years. The initial cost increase for 2021 is $150,000. That increases every year, and then it compounds along the way, and it compounds with salary increases, potential salary increases over the next 10 years. At the time we were working on this legislation, we identified a compounded increase over 10 years. This will cost us an additional $11 million a year after the full implementation over 10 years. Additionally, the other big mandate we're looking at is around the police integrity bill. So mandatory training on use of force, that requirement begins this year, but we'll have additional training needs this year, next year, and ongoing. And then staff's also looking deeply at how to implement body-worn cameras within the time frame that's prescribed by law, July 1, 2023. And certainly we've heard from council that we would like to do this as soon as possible. Initial read of this is it's an $830,000 purchase with approximately $600,000 in annual maintenance. That's an ongoing expense. Additionally, we believe there will be a new employee or multiple employees that will be needed for data management, reporting, release of information that's not included in that cost I just identified, $830,000 up front and about $600,000 ongoing.
Can I ask a quick question on that, Chris? On the body cameras, that seems lower to me than the number that we were given before in presentations. Is that because of the employee part? But I thought like holistically that number was much higher than that.
So there was a change to the definition of who is required to wear a body-worn camera in the legislation. I think originally we were concerned that anyone that interacts with the public would have to wear one, including the person at the front desk. That was narrowed down as they worked on the legislation, so it narrowed the number of cameras we would need. I would say we're still working honestly weekly to sharpen the number there.
That makes sense. And did we on that specific thing, because I mean we had done a lot of work on what that was going to cost us before the legislation, because we had been looking at that. Has that changed from kind of our original what we were thinking it would take to implement that technology for our department versus what we're now being mandated to do? And really what I'm trying to get at is are you showing us just what we were mandated to do, or what we were originally envisioning that program would look like? I mean, how closely do those dollars match between what the chief and the department was looking at potentially implementing versus what we're now mandated to do? And is there a gap there?
So this is the cost under the mandate. I don't know. I don't have a number off the top of my head for what has been discussed previously.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe that's something we could follow up on. That's really what I wanted to know. Is this what we previously look at or mandate? So this is, we certainly are going to have to do this. Is basically the number that we have in front of us.
Okay. So as we continue to move on, city staff implemented a couple of programs to increase the amount of input we receive on budget and financial management. First, our innovation office, working with policy and budget and some other folks, opened up, and really it was almost a test session for us before we got to the external one, but an internal staff level site for innovation ideas to better serve our residents. Over a couple of weeks, we received 230 ideas that we're actually going through and taking a look at, prioritizing, beginning to cost out right now. And then the Westy Rise Budget 2021, It Takes All of Us campaign, which is open and might have closed on Friday. I believe it closed on Friday. We asked the community to share innovative thoughts with us to really help us be part of the solution in responding to COVID-19. Here's the website. We've been watching these as they've come in. There's quite an array of feedback we've received. We provided some examples right here for council from what we've seen so far, but there's a lot of positive feedback there. So I mentioned staff's transitioned to working on the 2021 budget and some of the difficulties there. This has really been a moving target for us amid the expected economic volatility and really within that squiggle shape recovery pattern and beginning to identify things like revenue targets for 2021 when it's hard to say what's going to happen with potential closures next month or next week. We've identified that it's most likely a budget that's going to be balanced with reserves and fund balance as necessary. And the direction we've given internally to this point in time has been, as departments create their operating budgets, to expect no increases over the current year or their 2020 budget. And that's likely the most optimistic scenario as we honestly continue to sharpen our pencil on revenue projections and needs over the next month as we prepare a proposed 2021 budget for you. We believe at a staff level, that's going to include no new major CIP capital projects and really a focus on maintenance of existing assets just at a minimum. And I think, Larry, I'm gonna turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Mayor, and also Mike and David, I think we've probably reached a logical point in the presentation for a lunch break. I know we're running about 17 minutes ahead of schedule, and I'll note that that might be the first time we've said that this weekend, but nonetheless, we still have a bit of ground to cover. But it just feels a logical point. Otherwise, we're going to get some discomfort in the audience and the chat will likely build up. So I might suggest an early lunch break. And also, for the sake of the audience, I've placed that. I know that you might have tried to take very quick notes, and I apologize. We wanted to get the July sales tax in your presentation. So I've put the capital project list in the chat. But Mayor, if it would be your pleasure, and also just checking with Mike and David, could we break for lunch here, y'all?
Let's go ahead and let's plan that everybody will be back at 12:15 instead of 12:30.
We agree this is a logical break point, Larry, so it sounds good.
Are there any quick questions that we want to take right before we go, or is this, you want to just move forward to the
question? A few questions. I mean, they could be answered after the break, but the questions that I have now, I'd like you to know that they're coming, because I was trying to wait till the entirety because see if my questions were answered. But if you're willing to take questions now.
Sure, I'll jot them down. Go ahead.
So with the shortfalls, I'm a little bit confused on where we are. I believe that the overall that was said was anywhere from 16.8 million to 32.6 million. But doing the short calculations of the 4 funds that we were looking at, it looked like we were at 7.75, just an altogether. So if I could just have a clear understanding of that entire shortfall. And then just walk me through the if we're anticipating potentially another quote unquote crisis, as far as maybe a shutdown or something else along the lines in the future. And this kind of goes along into Mayor Pro Tem's point of like, where are we at with our reserves at this point? How much have we tapped into? How much of the percentage that we've used so far? And then my other questions are, have we, I don't know if this is a long-term that we'll get into, but have we pulled back on any, I know that you said that there was a freeze in hiring on certain positions, but have we pulled back on any in total between HR benefits, meaning have we pulled back on educational funds? Have we looked at furloughs? Because I think that part, and not that that's one of the last things that we want to do is furlough our employees, but I think looking at its entirety of how much that we are dispersing among all of us. So not just having the impact on the residents on the funds to what we can provide, but what are we looking at salary wise? Are we pulling back on our educational funds that maybe we can save some money in? Because I believe it's $1,200 a year that we could maybe tap into. So what does that look like in its entirety, and not just the projects and other items that we're looking at? And then in total with the list that we just saw with the frozen CIP list, how much does that get us out of the entire list? What is that? What are those frozen projects in its entirety save us, and for how long? So those are questions that came up going through this. So it doesn't have to be answered now, but just know that it's on your plate.
Thank you. We've noted those, and we'll come back to those right here after a lunch break and do a few questions.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, it's 11:47. Let's just go ahead and plan 12:15 for reconvening, and we are only break until then. And everybody be back on time, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Catherine, you doing okay?
I'm okay. Yep. I've now had 2 doses. It should really start to take some effect now.
Okay.
Problem is you can take 1 dose and then you have to wait 2 to 3 hours to take the second dose, and it doesn't always work very well.
It's a scary feeling, though.
Yes, it is. The worst part is that it's like hard to talk because you're trying to catch your breath, and so frustrating.
So Catherine, you come down on the hard side of the Oxford comma, huh?
I do.
Our firm protocols do not support the Oxford comma. Our style guide.
Whenever I do a report, and my wife Kathy edits it, she, like you, Catherine, was raised where commas were automatic, and so she puts them in, and then I take them out.
That's one of the the big societal divides these days, isn't it? The use of commas. My wife,
It's always so easy.
my wife liberally sprinkles commas throughout anything she edits for me, just like it's in a salt and pepper shaker.
So commas have very purposeful places for me. And that's one of them, because there's actually 2 law cases that have been settled based on where that comma is.
Yeah, I've read that. I don't remember the details, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they were both inheritance cases. And so ever since then, I became a very hard knocks person on it. And most English teachers, I think, are.
I grew up being taught that it was either or was fine, that it was optional. That's what I was taught in high school.
Interesting, because there is a great divide, I think, between high school English teachers and college English teachers. College English teachers tend to believe it needs to be there. And I have heard many, many high school teachers that go, oh, not a big deal.
All right, Larry, we're waiting on one more. Okay, Larry, let's go.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. Let's see. There were some questions.
You need your screen back up, or slides.
Yeah, I'll let Chris do that. We just had a couple of questions about some of the previous slides, and from Councilor Smith, and I think I'll try to address those really rapidly here, and then we'll, I think, answer a couple of those going forward, but a few of them were related to some previous slides. So Chris, if you could actually go to slide 14. I think there was a question about that relative to our forecast. And I just wanted to address that because it's a real factual question that I think will assist, and likely some others in the audience who may want to understand this. So the numbers we have here, and I admit there is more than one way to present this, but this is our shortfall of year to date versus prior year to date, actuals, collections versus the same for the prior period. And that has a cash difference. And I think, Councilor Smith, you were referring to that. And then the question was, if you divide that or just quickly trend that out for the course of 2020, then how does that play into what was presented on a later slide as being roughly the $30 million shortfall that Councilor DeMott and I were talking about relative to the reserves. And let me just say a couple of things. And Chris, if you go to the next slide now, that'll help me illustrate it, is the revenue shortfalls versus the prior year is one measurement. It's one indicator of kind of how are we doing and what's changed in the economy in Westminster. And that's very important for us to know. But more important are I think two things. One, we also have an expenditure savings with the hiring freeze and other mitigation things that we're doing. And those are favorable financially, difficult to do, but favorable financially. Unfavorable as the revenues decrease. Where do those things intersect? And then, so one, this slide, this burn piece, or the utilization of reserves that Councilor DeMott and I were discussing a little bit ago, has the revenue savings, but then also the seasonality. For example, I think we all know that Christmas, holidays, year end in December, the sales tax receipts are significantly larger, seasonal in nature. And then also the city's expenditures are seasonal, snow plowing being the most obvious. Those don't happen in July. So while the previous slide had the revenue difference from one year to the next, that's important just to understand what's happening in the overall economy and retail trends and so forth. But I think more important is this slide that you're looking at now, which is our seasonally adjusted pro forma cash burn versus build. And it really illuminates that we're running about 2 to 3 million negative cash burn for those 3 months. And then if you take 2 to 3 million times the next 6 months, plus this net 5 million, you're starting to get that pro forma, that projected analysis that comes close to that 25 to 30 million dollar range in cash burn. So I wanted to take a moment to emphasize that because there are a couple of things moving at once. But I think this is going to be very much the key slide, the key data point for us going forward as a city, and the one that we're most concerned about. Because if revenues drop off as they have, but expenditures drop off by the same amount, then we're right on budget in terms of our surplus or shortfall. But that's not the case. And so hence I think this slide is the key metric. And I apologize for any confusion, but I think going forward, this should jive. If you think about $2.5 to $3 million in cash burn with no changes, if you multiply that times 6 months, plus the 5, I think you're starting to get the math that we're starting to see. Mayor Pro Tem, follow-up question on that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So this cash burn scenario does not include some of the cost savings that you've already discussed. This is if we were to not change anything, or does this already encompass the hiring freezes, all of the different ways that we've looked to lower our expenditures?
I beg your pardon. This is not a scenario. These are accountants' reconciliations. So Chris, let's label this chart for the future. I beg your pardon. No, this is 2020.
Yeah, no, and it says actual right on it. I meant how we've the 32 million, those scenarios, do those already, I apologize, I was very unclear. Do those already include kind of some of those savings that we've discussed, or were they having expenditures online?
Yes, and you saw Chris nodding a little bit there. So yes, that's how we're able to hopefully distill this down into that sort of simple arithmetic of what we're seeing as our cash burn. So I just wanted to address that really quickly. And I think the next question that there was on this, Chris, if you could go to slide number 24, I think Councilor Smith had a question about the mix of projects that were on that list of paused. I appreciated that expression. And you see here 31 million unrestricted funds, 31 million unrestricted, 11 million in restricted funds. And that's just the entire portfolio of cash funded pay-as-you-go projects that are on hand. So I think hopefully that really addresses that mix and how those are laid out. And then unless there's a follow-up question on that, Chris, I'd like to just go ahead and proceed forward with where we left off in the presentation, because there was a question about HR and benefits, and there was a question as to whether or not we have looked at furloughs. There was a question about some administrative expenditures and so forth. And I think that sort of folds into some of the things that we may find necessary. And they're coming in on an upcoming slide, and it could create some discussion on the part of the audience on that. So Chris, if you would just take us there, and you already have, I'm just going to catch up quickly on my notes here, and we'll be able to move ahead. So where we are for the moment with our volatility and uncertainty moving ahead, we think that there is a probability of this continuing throughout the course of 2021. That would be likely to be a worst case type scenario. We're at the moment, or a 32 million. There's an opportunity for improvement. We think that that's possible. Of course, we're ahead of the winter season and what could possibly be the impact. So we've sort of modeled what could be a high probability of, on the optimistic end, a 10% gap. That would be 16 million. Or on the less optimistic or more pessimistic side, maybe a 20% gap if our current reality continues unabated without significant change. And that's really just to the revenues. And so obviously, as Chris talked about just a moment, certainly we will be modeling and remodeling this as we go forward, but we need to adopt a 2021 budget. So it's July 26th. I think you could probably anticipate a mid-September council budget retreat with a proposed draft budget to include perhaps one of these two scenarios, dependent upon what we see in our receipts for June, which again, we're accounting for this minute, for July. And by then we'll be able to look at our August cash receipts and perhaps have a little bit of a better feeling for what's going on both in the economy in Westminster and in Colorado, but also have a little bit of an idea of what federal stimulus may occur in the next 45 days. So we've looked at this a couple of different ways because of the volatility and just frankly what we don't know. But you could likely expect, as Chris said, a budget deficit, meaning expenditures exceeding revenues. You're likely to see capital program reductions that would go back to that slide that we saw a moment ago, but perhaps moving from a pause to an indefinite delay, and so that we can have a more favorable 2021 in terms of utilization of our reserves. Rather, just transfer funds from a given project into the reserves to be used for that negative cash flow that I described. And then frankly, program reductions. We need to be thinking about how to evolve our service model and frankly, make some types of groundbreaking changes. Things that I'll describe here in a moment, but unprecedented changes. Again, this is a financial crisis that none of us have seen. And if we're to be a thoughtful, thorough, and diligent city government, we need to really turn over all stones and consider all potential options. So with that, I want to give a little bit more feel for what each of these things might be. And let me first say, you should note on all of these, I couldn't make the font big enough or the letter coloring bright enough to say that these are potential, these are possible. They're probably expected, but we would hope to do these without the careful thought, attention, and analysis, and of course, communication with all stakeholders before any of these things might end up having to change. Of course, council will guide, direct, and approve many of these items that are a part of your budget that will come forward. But it's time for us to describe to you what some of these impacts and what some of the changes could mean with a high probability for a 10 to 20% gap in revenue for 2021. Chris, would you advance the slide? You know, we anticipate likely having a hiring freeze for an indefinite period of time. What that will allow us to do is finalize our skills mapping process. We've got that well underway, where we're organizing the skilled labor, unskilled labor, technical trade capabilities of our entire workforce, so that we can transition people from potentially position A to position B, depending on how our services change and evolve with groundbreaking change in the not too distant future. We want to be able to accomplish that. We think through a hiring freeze, we can reduce our expenditures and move forward with our existing staff and work teams. Frozen salaries, that has to be on the table. Clearly, it's not an easy thing to do. None of these things are easy. Let me just say that. None of us wants to do any of these things. They're a great departure from where the city was just as little as 6 months ago. They're all displeasing. They're all very hard choices, and there are impacts all around. On the one hand, while the market for salaries may not increase, it very well could. And we would still be in a position to have salaries frozen. And it's not something that I can tell you in leading our human resources and our workforce that our people want to hear, frozen salaries. Benefits, and Councilor Smith, this is where the question you had earlier about furloughs and so forth, and I'll address that here once I have a chance to talk about these other HR and benefit matters on the table. So first, in benefits, I think that what could be on the table, expected impacts, are plan reductions, and that's to our workforce, the various features and benefits of our medical, dental, and vision plans, and the features within each of those, and things like copays, things like hospitalization and out-of-pocket maximums. We're putting all of those things under the microscope and looking at them very carefully. We want to do this so that we can be both fiscally responsible, yet market competitive. We know that that's been a key value, but one that we have to examine, again, as a matter of due diligence. Likely, if there are cost increases in medical, dental, and vision, it's one where all benefit cost increase could inure to the employee and not to the city. That's a tough one, because what that means is employees on a hiring freeze, our workforce, they might be in a position with less take-home pay, and that's certainly going to be visible because their medical, dental, and vision costs are going up for our workforce and their families. We may need to examine and consider an early retirement program. What this involves is first recognizing our workers with the greatest years of service for their excellent service to Westminster, but also, frankly, what it does is it accelerates a hiring freeze. Our hiring freeze is having a financial impact because we have attrition, people who are retiring, people who are moving on to other positions, relocating across the country, or the case may be. That's how we save funds with a hiring freeze, is through attrition, and an early retirement program can accelerate that. So amongst all of those things in the human resources dimension, the question comes up about furloughs and layoffs. We have been relentless in not pursuing either furloughs or layoffs as an employer, because we know that the impacts can be severe and the cash gain can generally be minimal or result in a severe financial income change for our workforce. Frozen salaries being quite a significant move in that direction. Of course, we'll be getting feedback from you, council, both in this meeting and in meetings to come, about all of these potential impacts to come that are potential at this time. No new major capital projects. We're used to sort of having a shovel-ready pipeline of new and different construction and capital improvements across the city, but it's difficult to imagine with a $16 to $30 million budget gap for next year that it would be possible to fund major new capital projects. Use of reserves fund balance, I mentioned that earlier. That's going to be a difficult and displeasing thing. We have built our reserves as a community for a number of years in a row. Thankfully, they're here and for our use, but it'll be difficult and unusual, I know, for council members to see a proposed draft budget with the use of reserves and fund balance. And then last, obviously, we are working very hard. I already mentioned travel. being restricted and some savings there, but we may make long-term reductions in those areas for travel, some for professional development. This is a longer list that we are all looking at: memberships, consultant services, and frankly, again, diligently leaving no stone unturned. But those are some of the difficult choices, both within our operations and outside in the community, and no doubt, you know, are just difficult and take great resolve to commit to in order to manage this great financial crisis. You might wonder then, how does that translate into programmatic changes? Chris, if you change the slide. And I couldn't make the word potential or expected, as I put on the other slide, really bright enough or big enough, because again, this is council involvement, and I could have had 4 or 5 slides, and I haven't honed in on any one thing. I want to make that clear. But these are the kinds of things that we could see impacted. Again, we don't anticipate a layoff, but a redistribution, a reallocation, a mapping transition of our workforce through attrition and retirements that guides people from position A to position B, whereby this number of programs here might be affected. And just operationally, we don't know what some of them look like. And I'll give a little comment about each of these. And you could envision animal management at the current level of service. That could evolve. Recreation facilities, they're obviously a great feature and benefit, yet a great expense as well. I'm just going to cover this slide, and then I've got a question, and there may be 1 or 2 others. Again, I want to emphasize that these are potential in nature, but these are the kinds of things that help close a 10 to 20% budget gap. Code enforcement, and any of these might be discussed in terms of the level of service, good, better, best, and maybe evolving to a different place, or things that the city may outsource, things that you know, may not be done in the future. I just have golf and social services on here as gosh, they're such broad businesses, and you might ask, how do we do those kinds of things? Many of these things we don't yet have the answer, but we're certainly analyzing and exploring as an executive leadership team. On the other end of the spectrum, and those were a couple of very large programs, but obviously I've got smaller ones that we'll have to analyze, consider, and discuss. Passport services, library services obviously being very large and impactful, but we have to analyze, how do we perhaps partner with others, or outsource, or spin off, or any number of different things with these lines of services. You know, some of our public safety items might be ones that we have to think about in terms of, I have traffic enforcement here. Now, again, I want to say potential, and I want to say that we don't have any layoffs in mind, but we have a police force of a size, and that may have to evolve, and things like traffic enforcement could be impacted. Events. This is a really long list of events that happen, special events that happen across the course of the calendar, and in very many different places across the community. And those will be things that, again, just come about. Reduced programs and hours. You know, we're starting to see this in the retail world, and I think many consumers are beginning to adjust to different business hours at a lot of different outlets across the community. Retail of all kinds evolving their program hours, and that could be a consideration. Planning, clearly, you know, depending on what's happening in the economic environment and what may happen in development. We had a comment earlier about the housing condition in the country, and what may be evolving there. Other things, I mentioned outsourcing, I mentioned spinning off, also regionalization should be on the table, and I have here emergency medical services. So that could be the things for us to explore. You know, on the previous slide, I would anticipate that some of those things would be under key consideration for the 2021 budget, which will be proposed by staff here in just a couple of months, less than that actually. These potential programmatic changes, I would suggest probably evolve over the next 1 to 3 years and even more. Some of these will take considerable time to understand, communicate, approve, transition, etc. But they're the kind of things, they're the hard things, they're the difficult things to put on the table and have a frank conversation. Again, none of us wants to do any of these. They're all very displeasing, very disruptive. I will say that I believe that many local governments, many cities across the Front Range and around the country are having comparable discussions, and it's no surprise that this would come about for us as well. So with that, I see 2 questions in the chat, and Mayor, if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and call on Councilor DeMott to come in first, and I'll just close by again emphasizing that these are the potential, perhaps expected or anticipated changes that might come with a 10 to 20% gap. Mr. DeMott?
Yeah, couple of questions I have on this. So with the early retirement, I'm curious if we have any sense of what departments we think that we would see that from. And if the package that you're looking at is like targeting any specific part of the organization. The other thing I'm curious about is events. I'm really curious, and you may not have this answer right now, but I'd like to know this year so far, what has that impact been? My understanding is most of those events, say like the Fall Fest kind of thing and the Beer Fest, we usually don't make money on those. We usually, even though there is some income, there's usually more more spending on it. So I'm curious if we've realized some of those savings from there and what they are.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll just go in reverse. First, yes, the numbers that we've shown earlier, January through June 30th, and we'll continue to update, include those savings. You're absolutely right. But given that the events are a cost, they're an overall cost, expenses exceed revenues, they would naturally be ones that come about for potential change or potential reduction. So I appreciate the question. In terms of early retirement, I can tell you sincerely, we have no policy document. There are no targets. This is no secondary motive. What the matter is it accelerates savings from a hiring freeze. The intention being that with an early retirement program, some positions, probably not all, can remain vacant, and then thereby accelerating the savings through a hiring freeze. So these are plans that have not yet commenced, nothing to announce. I realize that it's very unsettling to hear, but the kind of thing that can create savings, and especially as a service organization with such a heavy percent of our expenditures being related to our workforce. So yeah, I couldn't give you any details because we haven't worked any of those out, haven't thought to advance that at this point. But those are, again, the hypothetical or potential things that have to come onto the table. So
sure. And with that said, I think it's at least worth noting, and I know this is our starting point, and we probably have hard discussions ahead of us and decisions, but when we look at any of that stuff, I look at this list and things like events and library services and passport services, recreation programs, golf, those are all great things, and they lend to quality of life. But at the end of the day, if things get to be too dicey, I am going to be more apt to prioritize the services that equal safety of the community. So however we dice those lists up, obviously being able to prioritize them in that method is the way that I'm going to be looking at it.
Thank you, Councilor Volz. You're next here in the chat for questions. And I appreciated, Councilor DeMott, the expression you used, starting point, because that's very much the key. Also, it punctuates the idea that there is time. Some of these things we do need to consider for the 21 budget, again, in 45 days, but I would suggest that many of these items are probably for the 2022 budget. and beyond, or some things that could be implemented early and mid-year next year. Again, a lot of things at play, and it is a starting point. Councilor Vols?
Yeah, thank you, Larry. I guess similar to Councilor DeMott, I had a question about early retirement, and I think you answered most of it. However, do you have any idea of the scope of how many employees, how much savings in that that might add up to for us?
Thank you. Yeah, we haven't done any modeling on that.
That's
You know,
what it sounds
obviously,
like. Okay.
a first step would be to kind of take a look at our census. But I think clearly if the city were to have attrition equal to what might otherwise occur through an early retirement program, that would obviously be the goal. And let's just consider it this way. If we have 1,000 employees, I'll do the math very, very simply. And the overall savings or loss in sustainable revenues, I'll just pick the midpoint, 15%. You can do 15% of 1,000 and come out with 150. Yet you saw that the attrition thus far on our hiring freeze is onward of about 30. So clearly, with you know, the way early retirement is designed, is there's an inducement to the worker, which also expresses appreciation, by the way, for years of service. But also, the idea is that there's a greater degree of vacancy in the organization going forward. So, yeah, it would be excellent to avoid all of these things, but as a matter of due diligence, they are all on the table. And Mayor Pro Tem Sites, I think you are next in the chat for a question.
Thank you, Larry, and I thank you for doing, you know, this work, and Chris for this work. It's an unenviable position to kick off this conversation, and nobody enjoys thinking about these kind of really catastrophic conditions that we're in, and how do we bridge that gap. That said, I have a couple of questions and comments. One of the things that you mentioned that perhaps we need to do a freeze is on capital projects. And I think we have to be incredibly mindful of where these federal dollars are coming. I would not be surprised if we see a lot of stabilization in the form of infrastructure bills. And I think that we would want to be ready to participate in those if they do come to fruition. And so I just think we need to keep our finger on the pulse of what is going on in that level. I had actually mentioned that yesterday, even with strategic plans. I think, you know, having the ability to pay 20% and have a plan in place so that we can get those 80% federal dollars, or whatever the ratio is a way to stimulate our local economy, those capital investments. And with that, I mean, another way is to look to make sure we're utilizing local vendors, right? That we put a prioritization on you know, our request for proposals for locally sourced businesses. So I mean, I hope we're looking for those multipliers that help with a resilient local or statewide economy. You know, can you go back to the slide that kind of talked about the policy positions that so far staff has used when looking at how we're going to minimize this gap? And I believe the very first one was, you know, maintain our workforce.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I'll let you skim back to those guiding principles, and it's a great time for us to check in on those. I had the professional experience to be involved as a local government finance chief on the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act, the ARRA or ARRA funds that occurred during the last recession. The concept was that shovel-ready projects would be funded by the federal government and create construction jobs in local economies. And there were many in Colorado that I'm sure many of you recall. I too have optimism that there could be additional federal stimulus. At the same time, it's prudent for us to move forward, hoping for the best, but planning for what's realistic. And so with 45 days to go to build a budget, we're wanting to begin on that in earnest here, and we are to date working on that at the moment. But I'd invite Mr. Lindsay, could you comment additionally on federal stimulus some of the considerations that Mayor Pro Tem just raised, and then we'll check back in on these guiding principles. Chris?
Thanks, Larry. I was just going to add, staff has been working diligently to prepare for the likelihood of infrastructure funding. I know just within the last 2 weeks, we had a meeting with utility staff around potential funding sources that could be coming down the pike and preparing ourselves. You know, we've been looking at the ARA definitions of shovel ready and what projects can we identify if there were to be similar definitions of shovel ready projects. So I think we are trying to be prepared should that possibility open.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that, because saying, you know, a freeze on capital projects would seem to not, so I appreciate you clarifying that. And I believe we wouldn't have US 36 if it wasn't completed the way we did if it wasn't for those ARA funds. So I know we have in other economic crises put ourselves in a position to leverage that. So I don't disagree with these guiding principles, but I really fundamentally have a problem that the first bullet is not continue to provide necessary services to our residents. We have employees only to serve our residents. And so I kind of want to make sure that that is the emphasis, especially as we're looking at the programs and the projects that we're going to eliminate. I just really need to make sure that we're focused not so much at our naval, but at the broader community. And I would have a hard time sending this out to our community, having that as our first bullet point. Yeah. That said, I'm nervous about what you mean by social services. I think there's going to be more nonprofits that are going to need our Human Service Board grants. I think housing stability is going to be an issue. And I think when we have, you know, the last 7 years, we have communicated to our general public. We have communicated, you know, in the region that housing stability is an economic driver. And when you have housing insecure folks and you are based on sales tax, it actually strangles you. And so I'm nervous about really being measured in our approach, that we don't negate all of that work that we've done. Like, if we believe those principles, we believe them in a crisis too. And so I just want to make sure that we're really not cutting off all of our work on upstream solutions, because I think that they have actually a magnifying negative effect on our bottom line sales tax dollars, our revenues, when we're not looking at the overall health and resiliency of our community. So if you could go back to the slide, the final slide that showed some of those programmatic areas. You know, it's really hard to pick favorites amongst these. And I recognize these are going to be real and steep cuts, and we're going to have to make them, and nobody's, you know, we can't do it without hurting somebody along the way. And we wouldn't have any of these programs if they weren't valuable. But I'd recognize that libraries are probably they're a tool for equity, right? We've talked about how we want safety, and educational equity is one of the best ways to lower crime rates. A lot of community members depend on libraries for their access to Wi-Fi. I just really want to look at the implications of each of these cuts so we understand both the direct dollars, but also the qualitative impact on our community. And it's really hard to evaluate these without having the dollars next to them, you know. ROI in our business is so different than in the private sector, because it's not just dollars, it's quality of life for our residents. And so before we make some of these hard choices, I am going to need to see a little bit more data, you know, numbers, dollars and cents, but then also numbers of users impacted.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and absolutely, as mentioned, this is a starting point. all of these are displeasing for sure. Of course, we would have various dollars and those kinds of things. We're just, I think, at this point, trying to diligently put all considerations, frankly, on the table. As for the previous slide, the guiding principles, those are not prioritized by any means, and I appreciate the comment in terms of the employee dimension. I definitely appreciated that, and it's worth noting that our spirit values include the word service and responsibility. Every worker at City of Westminster understands the top of our organization chart are the residents of Westminster. So no doubt that that's there, but we believe that we can, through attrition and hiring freezes and skills map deployment, that we can balance our workforce through this financial crisis and maintain this significant investment in our workforce. So, but thank you for these comments, all members of council. I know that these are difficult, and thank you for your patience as we work through them. I see a question from Councilmember DeMott, and I know that we're having a preliminary discussion, but I've honestly just got one more slide left. Then I'd like to have David re-poll everybody on concern about the financial status of the city. And then I think we can have a little bit of a more open discussion about next steps and things that we're seeing, if that'd be okay. Councilor DeMott?
It's just real quick, and I know there's not going to be an answer for this yet, but one of the things that I had asked during an inclusivity board meeting from Jason Gank, because we were talking about people visiting our facilities, and much to the point that Mayor Pro Tem made, as far as what the use is. And so, being a technology guy, I had talked to Jason about what kind of things we're doing with our Wi-Fi to gauge visitors. And I know that's something that was going to get reported back to us. And so I'd be interested to see that data as part of this long-term conversation, because I hear the concern that the Mayor Pro Tem in and utilizing our Wi-Fi on an ongoing basis, so that we understand that metrics as we measure, those services versus the, core services of the city in these budget discussions.
Thank you, Councilor DeMott. David, I see that your microphone has gone green, sir. Are we okay in terms of our break schedules and all this, sir?
No, we're fine. I was just preparing for the next move. I'll
Great. I think what I'd like to do then is, Chris, if you could just take us forward in the presentation and let me describe a few additional items. I think then, and forgive me, Council, a lot of details here, a lot of moving parts. I appreciate the discussion. I think what we'll do is, once I can get through this next slide and the poll, I think maybe that would be an appropriate time for a break, if that's the pleasure of the mayor and council. We'll do that. Again, I mentioned earlier related to disc profiles and so forth, this idea of first impressions versus analyzing things in depth and striking the right balance to that is really suits our executive team, and also one that lands us at a place of a real commitment to due diligence, and that is providing you, council, and the community with opportunities to solve with every tool available, and probably a holistic mesh of all things to come out on the other side of this financial crisis that we're on. So I would be remiss if I didn't do my job, which is to suggest and put on the table numbers related to revenue mitigation and some of the things that are happening and being considered by councils, again, across the region. Some of them may look familiar to some of our neighbors that you've seen, but it's time for us to get these on the table. And the first is related to some of the city's tax exemptions. Let me explain this one first, and City Attorney Frankel, in the event there's a question, or if I make any misstatements, sir, would you kindly immediately correct me? But first things first, the state of Colorado and the city of Aurora have done this. This is not something that's unproven. In some time in the past, each of those governments have changed the way that they tax cigarettes in under their various controls. So I'd be remiss if I didn't describe this to you. And I will give you some numbers here because our staff has done the analysis. That it is actually not new or even a function of COVID-19, but something that was undertaken as a due diligence matter in the past. So let me first describe. Years ago, in the entire state of Colorado, when a person purchased a cigarette, there was an amount of tax, not a percent, not a rate of tax, but an amount of tax. It was pennies or a fraction of a penny, if I might have it right, on each individual cigarette. Obviously, if you purchase a package of 20 cigarettes, you pay 20 times the amount per cigarette, and that's it. No increase for inflation. Nothing relative to the amount of money spent on that individual or pack or carton or case of cigarettes, as the case may be. The state of Colorado legislature changed that and deleted its exemption lawfully, its sales tax exemption, which is a rate of tax, a percentage based on the amount of tangible personal property or cigarettes that are purchased. So as more and more cigarettes might be purchased, and thankfully they are on the decline from a health standpoint, but as the cost of the pack of cigarettes increases or goes up and down, or one pack costs more than the other, the rate of sales tax is therefore applied to the package of cigarettes or the amounts purchased. The city of Aurora has done this, and our city attorney's office has undertaken some work on this in the second quarter of this year. We've worked together to look at and understand the implementation of the deletion of the sales tax exemption from cigarettes, and taking a look at the Aurora Code, the state legislative actions, and we have on hand the ability to delete the exemption from Westminster sales tax, the purchase of cigarettes. We think in our analysis that that could yield a net gain of $520,000 a year to the city. Obviously, that's subject to the ebbs and flows of personal choice, consumption of cigarettes, which are generally on the decline, and on and on. Again, these are things for your consideration. That's our job, is to present them as options that could be for your consideration. Another thing of note is that the city receives a portion from the state of the per cigarette tax that I described originally. Sort of the current model, the amount of revenue that the city is currently receiving as its proportionate share of cigarette tax under Colorado statute. The city would not be receiving that going forward. It would not receive that, similar to Aurora, and that would be an amount of money lost. But I just described the net gain or the net increase of $520,000. So again, as a matter of due diligence, something for your thought and consideration. It's not a recommendation, but it's merely only council would have the authority to change this, not me, not the city attorney or anybody else. So again, I just wanted to get that out, and happy to answer any questions. Next bullet. I know the history of this. I've been told from a number of people. I understand it. I know that it is a delicate matter in the city of Westminster, but it is a portion of the Colorado economy that cannot be dismissed in this time of economic and financial crisis. So this needs to be on the table. I think that for your discussion and analysis, we have done some work as a sales tax division within the finance department to attempt to estimate the amount of revenue. We've analyzed the revenue in our neighboring cities and towns on a per capita basis. We've looked at some transportation corridors. We understand our commercial retail spaces, and have performed a multivariable analysis of what this change could yield to Westminster on a proportionate basis. Obviously, the city of Westminster's sales tax rate is different from that of Denver, Aurora, Boulder, etc. But we can look at their sales, gross sales per capita, and some dispersed analysis and attempt to overlay what that might be. For Westminster, at our rate of sales tax, we believe that that number is as much as $1.2 million per year. That's at the current rate of sales tax. And it is, I believe it's the city attorney's analysis that a change in this could be accomplished, of course, by more than one way. Obviously, the residents could obviously, decide that at some time in the future by a ballot question. But it is also the city attorney's opinion that, again, if this was allowed by a council action only, the commercial activity would immediately become subject to the city's sales and use tax, just as any new business or new technology or new tangible personal property that would be sold in Westminster would be subject to the city's ordinary sales and use tax as usual. So you may have seen that City and County of Broomfield once again, excuse me, not once again, but rather has put this on its review for consideration. And again, I think that Westminster City Council should once again have a look at this in terms of how it might, mitigate the financial crisis that we're experiencing. I do have a question in the chat. I'll just see if I can address it. The question is, how would vaping products fit in the cigarette tax? I have to confess, Councilor Seymour, I don't know where vaping sits at the moment. But I can say this. If it's subject to the statewide cigarette tax, then it falls into that category and would subsequently become subject to sales tax. If it is not subject to the sales tax, then it is already deemed tangible personal property under the city's current code and is already being assessed tax. So we could follow up on that. Our tax managers and deputy city attorneys are excellent at this, and certainly they've had the question in the recent years as vaping has become a new activity within the economy. So certainly that is there. So again, I pose these first two as thoughts that really need to be carefully addressed by City Council. The third bullet is something that falls under the city manager's authorities, and that's to set fees for things like golf and recreation. Certainly an increase in fees, and Mr. Lindsay, if you go ahead and advance that, thank you. Certainly an increase in fees is one that has to be done in the context of not diminishing activities or total receipts. Obviously, if the fee is so high, one, there's a legality of that. It has to be in conformance with the cost of the service provided, and city attorney could describe that a little bit further, but you can't just increase fees infinitely. They have to be generally connected to the service that's received. But the city manager could authorize increases in golf and recreation. And then, of course, you see this description of infrastructure fee, which the city has for maintenance of roads and other things that could allow for changes in these areas related to fees. Again, I'm sorry, I was just quickly reading a question in the chat, and I'd prefer to just address that as we go. I would just say, and if everybody's had a look at it, the question is, I suppose the question could be, where would any of these revenues be credited? Nobody's making any recommendation or assumption on that. Those are details that could be organized either by the residents under a voter approved measure or decided by the city council. I think if the city manager were to increase fees, they would be at if they were to increase from their current rates, then I could probably assume that the revenue would go to the source where the primary revenue is already being credited. So I'll just address it that way.
Larry, just in sort of response to Anita's question, two of our neighbors have marijuana, and what they've done with their fees that they collect off of those are predicated that they will not be set up for any project that requires multi-year funding. In other words, they count it as revenue for that year, and you can use it for one-time expenditures, but not for a recurring cost.
Those are many, thank you, Mayor. Those are many variables that could be discussed in great detail and depth going forward. In fact, if I may, I want to make sure that I was clear on something, and it's something that the city attorney and I have discussed, is the number that I gave, 1.2 million, and I didn't put any additional numbers up here, but we can all do the algebra, which is that number that I provided would be a change, and I could have put many things on this one slide, but that would be a change that would bring the city's existing rate of sales and use tax on tangible personal property, marijuana, sold within the city. Other cities have an additional tax, some sort of an excise tax or administration tax, whatever the case may be, because there are costs to regulating sale of marijuana in cities. So a new tax, any kind of excise tax, any kind of administrative tax that would be in addition under the Colorado Taxpayers Bill of Rights and the Westminster Charter would require an election very clearly. So those two things are still there and can't be overlooked. But again, that if the excise tax, additional excise tax rate were to be equivalent to the city's sales tax rate, then both would apply, and it would be an additional 1.2 million. And of course, the excise tax rate could be yet even higher or yet even smaller. We could do all of those kinds of numbers as you go along, but I just want to be clear that the 1.2 million that I described was merely the city's ordinary sales and use tax rate applied to that economic activity. And of course, there's a range around it. And last, but certainly not least, again, I would be remiss if I didn't describe the last bullet point, and that's really sort of any type of general tax increase, and what do those kinds of changes create. There's so many different variables around this. I took it just as simply as humanly possible. And Mr. Lindsay, if you would just show the algebra really quickly. I wanted to present to council. Obviously, there are myriad ways of approaching this, but you should know that for every 0.1% an increase in the city's sales and use tax rate, and I should say in our previous economy, because looking forward, our going forward economy looks to be about perhaps 90% or 80% of the pre-recession or pre-impact as it was. So I've just very simply presented for you 0.1% in sales and use tax rate equals 2.9 million. For every 1 mil, and you could do the algebra and make it a 0.5 mil or 3 mils or 1/10 of a mil, whatever you choose. The algebra would hold up the same, and that is a property tax would yield 1.8 million. Gosh, any one of these increases could create capital improvement plan bonding capacity. Obviously, that's something that could bolster, mitigate, or even advance the city's capital improvement plan. Obviously, we've had some discussion both today and yesterday about open space acquisition and what all of those kinds of things look like. My job is to present options and matters for discussion for you all. And how any of these relate, it's not up to me. It's really the direction of the city council. Some of these could have a sunset. That is where the tax expires in 5 years after the city's recovered or whatever that might look like. Or they could continue in perpetuity for various programs. We've been talking about housing security. And talking about the upstream ROI from those kinds of investments from such a thing. So at this point, and may I just point out that also City of Westminster having its accommodations tax. Presently, we have very little happening in that sector of the economy, obviously, and you should know that accommodations room rental stays are not subject to the tangible personal property or ordinary sales tax. So all of those things being on the table, and these could be organized and crafted in 100 different ways, no question. But again, my job is to get these on the table for you. And I'd like to just answer any questions. I see that Councilor DeMott, you've got a question in the chat. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me just grab these out of the chat and kind of advance the questions and discussion. But Councilor DeMott?
Thank you. I'm just curious on, well, and I know this is, again, kind of starting point, so you may not have full details, but like when you talk about the revenue that you would anticipate if we allowed the retail marijuana sales, for example, you know, there's other impacts to the city from, you know, those types of business, or I would imagine there are, and I don't know, and maybe you've talked to some of our neighbors. I know Mayor Atchison talked about, you know, how other cities are doing that. Do we anticipate, or have we spoken to our law enforcement to know, do we anticipate need for more enforcement of some sort? You know, how does that roll in? I know, like with the special permits and licensing with alcohol, we do compliance checks. I imagine if we were to do some sort of retail marijuana sales, we would have additional work for people to do in order to maintain that that is being done lawfully under Colorado law. So I'm just curious if when we look at the revenue, if we've also taken into account, you know, what what deductions we would have from that revenue in order to make that sort of business happen in the city of Westminster.
Thank you. You know, certainly with this being a relatively mature economic activity across the Front Range, I know that, well, I wouldn't speak on behalf of Tim Carlson, but I'm fairly confident that we've certainly got at hand the ability to understand the impacts in various communities across Colorado, and we would need to do that pretty rapidly. Also, there's the idea, and we would want to do it in advance. It doesn't have to be done fast, but you'd certainly want to know what those impacts were and be able to talk to the community about it. Also, the different cities have regulated marijuana and retail sales in different ways in terms of proximity to schools, proximity to one another. Westminster City Council would have to undertake all of those considerations in terms of the number of permits allowed, and it's none of these are a small undertaking, and none of these feel great. But again, given the significance of the financial crisis, sort of any and everything needs to really be on the table. I see that Councilor DeMont, you have a green light on your microphone, or
I just have some follow-up to that. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I probably don't look at it maybe in that same light. And I know you guys are doing a good job of trying to come up with some solutions for us. I could think of a lot of things that I'm not willing to say the city should start doing because we're in a financial crisis. So, I think that's I certainly want to be conscious that we have some challenges ahead of us. And, to me, again, I alluded earlier that we really need to make sure that we're focusing on those core services and safety. And, safety looks different to people as far as what they feel is safe and what they don't, what they're willing, basically their threshold, I guess, for risk. And something like that, for me, if you were to ask a question like that, I don't know, as a council person, I'd be comfortable saying I'm willing to make that decision. I've heard people over my, 7 years being involved at this level, between, running for office and being in office, of people who really like that idea and people who really don't like that idea. So I almost feel that, to be responsible, if we really were to look at that, it would have to be a ballot question in my mind. So with that being said, logistically, for that to be an option, I mean, we just went through a very lengthy discussion about doing a ballot question and how long that actually takes to get something to the ballot and then to actually have it start being in place. So, do you have any sense on timing, if you were to take something like that to the ballot, when that would actually make an impact on our financial situation?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor DeMont. Again, I want to make some comments and invite the city attorney to describe for me anything I may be off base in terms of the timing. But as a matter of due diligence, and I'd like to just test for a consensus of Mayor, as I'm prone to doing. But it's my recommendation that we proceed with some sort of community polling, some sort of community connection to understand what, if any, of these things are interesting or useful based on the current situation and how the community feels about such an endeavor. And the reason for that is there's no time, to really wait, because of the idea that in order for this to, for any of these voter-approved revenue change to be present on the November ballot, the deadline would be for the Westminster City Council to authorize a resolution during the month of August. And it's July 26th. So there's very little time to do that. Most revenue changes that I've seen that occur in November, what with taxpayers' Bill of Rights and all that, it takes time for the business community to adjust and adapt its point of sale computers and all of those types of things, and of course staff to reprogram sales tax software or implement marijuana regulation and all manner of those types of things, probably January 1st. But the window of opportunity to have that impact this January 1st, 2021 is here. And it's a very narrow window. So, at a minimum, I think the next step in understanding due diligence and bringing forth feedback from the community would be some sort of a professional poll that would very carefully and statistically provide information on the usefulness of any of these things for the residents and for the business community. With that, Councilor Vols, I think you have a question, sir.
Yeah, Councilor DeMont and I are thinking exactly the same today. For the tax increases, wouldn't those all bump up against the Tabor? Meaning they would have to be a ballot initiative. Is that correct, or am I not, or making the wrong assumption on that? Because then I was going to ask the same question. Then we have to backtrack and say, well, by August, we have to have something approved to have it on the ballot. And I think you've kind of already spoken to that. So, but do the tax increases, that would all bump up against our Tabor, correct?
Councilor Bowles, this is Dave Frankel, City Attorney, if I could respond.
Yes,
the marijuana question, if the council wanted to put a ballot initiative to our voters as to whether marijuana retail sales should be allowed in the city, that could be a ballot question. If council wanted to propose an excise tax on marijuana above and beyond the normal retail sales tax, that would also be a ballot question. As for the cigarette concept that's at the top of this slide on our screen right now, the Westminster Municipal Code is what established a sales tax exemption for cigarettes, and it would be a modification of the Westminster Municipal Code by ordinance, which would delete that tax exemption for cigarettes. The other thing to note, Colorado law allowed, with regard to marijuana, allowed cities to opt out. And essentially that's what our city has done. So our city opted out from retail marijuana and marijuana growing operations and I believe product manufacture related to marijuana. So those are three categories of businesses that we don't allow locally. If council simply wanted to allow those types of businesses locally, it wouldn't necessarily have to be a question to the voters, but that could also be a municipal code amendment that city council could do on its own. So that's why I said it's a choice on the marijuana question. If you wanted to modify the code, I believe you could. If you wanted to put it to voters, I believe you could. And I think Mr. Dorr is correct with the timing. It would need to happen in August because the county clerks finalize the ballot language at the start of September. So they need all of the local questions set before that deadline in beginning of September.
However, what about, say, public safety tax or the accommodations tax or the post tax? Those also, if we increase those, it'd be a similar situation, right? Where we need to do something very quickly because that again is a Tabor issue.
Correct. Tabor would require any of those taxes be put to the voters for their consideration. So you're correct. Any change in the sales or use tax, change in the property tax, Modification to the accommodations tax, correct. Those are ballot questions under Tabor.
Okay, fine, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bowles. Yes. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mayor.
Just go to Catherine next. I think she's in line, and then Anita has one.
Okay, great. Yeah, Councilor Scully, please. And Mayor Protem, you've got a comment in the chat, and I might ask Deputy City Manager Barbara Opie to comment on that with her experience and history on that. But first, Councilor Scully.
So I apologize if you have already addressed this. I probably just missed it. But so when you're talking about the delete the tax exemptions for cigarettes or the fee increases, about how much income do you think we can pull in by doing those two actions?
Well, thank you. Let's see. Well, first, with these deleting the tax exemption for cigarettes, we believe that that's $520,000 a year. Of course, that would fluctuate a bit based on economic activity and inflation of the cost and those kinds of things. And that's a little bit easier to understand because we know the economics of what's happening in the Westminster community. And we know our sales tax rate, which would be the exact rate applied. So that's pretty easy for us to calculate. The fee increase for golf, recreation, and I could have put a whole host of other fees, that's to be determined because that would be a function of how much any given fee might be changed, increased, etc. Again, those falling to the purview of the city manager, but obviously doing those in a very transparent way. If one particular fee was not increased, but the other were increased 5%, we could calculate those. None of those things have been decided. We haven't modeled any of those things, and we're not making any proposals at this time. I'm merely presenting it as a matter of due diligence for revenue mitigation or an opportunity that is there. So not to avoid the question, but just some work that we haven't yet done in as much as this is a starting point. So with that, Deputy Opie, could you have a look at the chat? I'm sure you have already, and could you speak to that? And it looks like Mayor
Is
Protem
it
has.
okay for transparency if I just say it out loud, just for anyone who might be streaming it right now? So one of the things that's been put before us here is the concept of retail marijuana, which is something that up until now Westminster has not been interested in doing. And so I wanted a little bit of historical knowledge. So when that was a state ballot initiative, I was wondering if we had the localized results from that. Did it actually win in Westminster? And then we decided, even still, that we wanted to opt out because it was allowed the way the initiative was written. Did it lose terribly in Westminster? And so that's why, because my understanding is it was council that opted out. We did not go to an initiative of the people asking them if they wanted to opt out. I believe that was a council direction, one that I've been supportive of in the past, but I do think we have to have all options on the table. I recognize, and I can't remember how many years ago we've had, or how long we've had marijuana legalized in Colorado. So I recognize our community has changed, but I do think it's a relevant data point. And so, if you're prepared to answer that today, that's impressive. If you just want to get back to me on that, that's understandable as well.
So I'm looking, if you can give me a moment, I am looking up when council did vote on this. Mayor Pro Tem Sites, I believe your recollection is correct. City Council was the one who chose to vote this. I don't have the numbers for Westminster, but I just found the councilor's bill. So if you give me a moment, I'll see what I can, if it's got any references in there.
What would be incredibly relevant to me is how our community reacted to the concept of statewide legalized recreational marijuana. I mean, because it's an old poll, but it's in a way a poll of where our residents were at with it. My second question is on these various tax increases. So I appreciate you letting us know kind of fundamentally 0.1% in sales tax. If we were, it's going to be somewhere between 80% and 100% of $2.9 million, depending on, sales tax, actual sales tax trends. And that 1 mil in property tax is 1.8 million. Similarly, I know we always talk about how low Westminster's mill is, our property taxes. But I am not as familiar with the layer cake of every region of our city, what their aggregate property tax is when you include Highland Hills, when you include the school districts. That would be relevant information for me to see too, so we understand what people's actual property tax burden is as we're evaluating all of this. And then finally, those 2 bullet points, the CIP bonding capacity and the accommodation tax are, I'm trying to make sure I understand this. I think we were saying if we could increase CIP bonding capacity if we had one of these tax increases. Is that what was being said?
Yes, thank you. You know, I might have done a better presentation if I had indented those last two, or that bullet point, to suggest that either one of the other increases could fund CIP bonding. And I tear a page from one of our neighbors, the city and county of Denver, quite frankly. About every 10 years, they have a bonding election. It's a property tax related bonding question, and there's a host of projects. It's voted up or down, and bonding is initiated, and tax increases from property tax are relevant. I appreciated what you had to say about property tax analysis. And, you know, we, again, as a matter of due diligence, we will organize that for a coming meeting. That what was pointed out is that in different, obviously Westminster is, this is for the audience. So obviously Westminster is in 2 different counties, and the rates of property tax are different. Also, the rates of property tax for residents is different based on which school district they're in. We have more than one school district, and there, you know, as you said, the layer cake. I appreciated the analogy. Is just different and can mean different things to different households in terms of the total burden. But if the property tax rate were increased in City of Westminster, it would be equal across all property owners based on value. Of course, it's a tax based on the value of property owned and the assessment rate. But that's very keen analysis, and we would probably, as a matter of due diligence, present something similar with sales tax, just because of the rates and what all of that looks like, and not just across the layer cake of Westminster, and it's a smaller layer cake, quite honestly, but it would be relevant to what tax rates are in place across other municipalities in the Denver metro area, just for relativity. So we could show that as well as a matter of due diligence. And thank you. While Barbara Opie, deputy manager, is searching for that, there is a question from Councilor Scully.
I was not thinking that the property tax rate would be different in different parts of our community. I was just meaning the aggregate rate would be different because of those other tax burdens, just to be clear.
Oh yeah, I went a little bit maybe too far being elementary to describe that it would be the same. But yes, it would be good to know the total burden at one more mill or whatever the case may be. So we can set forth some facts on that for sure. Councilor Scully?
Yeah, I'm just piggybacking off of Mayor Pro Tem Seitz' question, because I really didn't even consider the marijuana. But do we know what the possible income that would be that would bring into our city?
Well, thank you. There are a couple of variables. We've done quite a bit of analysis and done it as carefully as we can. We've made some assumptions, obviously, and the first assumption is that it would just be the Westminster municipal sales tax and not an additional excise tax. So let me describe that. First, asterisk or footnote. The other thing that we've done is assumed an ordinary or traditional level of regulation of the number of retail outlets that would be present in Westminster, and it would be comparable to our neighbors, obviously, and fairly reasonable and traditional. Obviously, the city council could regulate, theoretically, the number down to one outlet, hypothetically, or no regulations, and there could be as many outlets as possible. We've taken the estimate to be something that's consistent with our neighbors, and based on that, it's 1.2 million. 1.2 million. Obviously, that consumption of marijuana is one that is undoubtedly driven by the economy and personal disposable income and things like that. But I think 1.2 million now, because this is a mature business, we have pretty good data from our neighbors and from the state as well. So yeah, 1.2 million. That was a long way of me answering that, but I wanted to be thorough and complete. And I think I have a question from Councilor DeMott.
I have one question, and then I kind of have something I want to put across to my colleagues. But my question is on the marijuana. Are we at a point in the life of that business that it's not, as a municipality, are we risking any kind of federal funds because of it still being federally illegal? I know that, they've, through different administrations, it's kind of back and forth about where that is, but I really have no feel for where that is today. Does that cause us any kind of problems with any kind of federal funding? I think we do a lot of different grants and stuff for law enforcement, for example. So is there any impact that we're concerned about with that if you were to go that route?
Thanks for the question. Clearly the risk is not 0%, in my opinion. Others could disagree with me, but I think it's very low when you consider the number of states across the country, and then of course the number of cities and towns in Colorado. There are billions and billions of dollars at stake. That's not to say that nothing could happen, but it's not a high concern for me as a matter of due diligence. What would the state of Colorado allowing for that? Many of our neighbors, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, is the number of states is somewhere onward of 15 to 20 states now in the United States that are allowing this. So clearly, there's quite an economic significance to it, and one that the federal government would have to, I'm sure, has and would have to consider very greatly before any grants in Westminster or elsewhere across the country be in jeopardy. But it's certainly something that we would want to be attuned to. And Mayor Pro Tem, if you would allow me to call on Deputy Manager Opie. She's raising her hand. She may have an answer to our discussion.
And once she does, I still had one more comment to make. I wasn't quite done, but go ahead, Barbara.
Okay. Sorry about that. Just pulling up the historical records. So the ballot measure Amendment 64 passed in November of 2012, and City Council took action in January of 2013. According to the agenda memo, Amendment 64 passed in the city with roughly 57% of votes in favor of the ballot measure.
Thank you, Deputy Manager Opie. I appreciate that. And Councilor DeMott, I think you had a follow-up question on that subject.
Well, it's not really a question. I more have a comment of caution with all this and concern. I understand we're in a bad place in a moment in time. And so we all are lucky enough to be in these positions through this year. 2020 has been quite the year. With that being said, I have a concern with trying to put any of this stuff forward when we're in a position where we're not meeting in person. Citizens don't have a proper avenue to come give input. We just recently had a big discussion last month about not doing a ballot initiative for wards and districts, and it looks like we're going to push that off to next year. So I could see some understanding and the reason that my colleagues didn't agree with me on the wards and districts. But I mean, this is a quick turnaround that we're potentially looking at. And the other thing that, I have been asked by residents is what are we doing to mitigate some of the losses that we have? And I know, again, none of us want to do layoffs. None of us want to do furloughs. But we are going to end up having to do some stuff we don't want to do. I think that's just the reality of this year and the situation that we're in. And I'm going to have a really hard time moving forward with even asking some of these questions of the residents if they don't have an avenue to come share feedback publicly with this body. And likewise, that I can't look them in the face and say, we've done some hard work and made some cuts. I mean, I just don't know how we could potentially do that. And I mean, I know that we're trying to reduce the impact of cuts, but I think Mayor Pro Tem had a very great point, and I understand that those guiding principles weren't in any kind of prioritized order, but as much as we don't want to risk employees and have hardship on them as people, we also have a responsibility to have those core services delivered and make sure that we are properly prioritizing the things that we have to do to keep the people in this community safe and deliver water and have roads to drive on and have a policeman at their house if they pick up the phone, or a firefighter or whatever. So I just want to put that across, and it's, again, it's not really a question, it's just where I'm at as I think through this. Obviously I have more thinking as well as the rest of you do, but just at face value, that's where I'm at as far as, you know, what things I'm concerned about or thinking about as I look over what we were just presented.
Thank you, Councilor Demott. I appreciate that. I noticed that Mayor Pro Tem, I think you have a follow-up question, and I wonder if it would be okay if David, if you would consider our poll. We had the poll question at the very front, and we averaged a little over a 9, but we had folks who were an 8, folks who were a 10, and maybe it'd be a good moment to remeasure the poll and just see where folks are, and then we can come back. I see I have a question from Mayor Pro Tem Sites, and then a question from Council Member Smith. David?
David, you're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, what I was saying is the poll is up. This is the same poll you took at the beginning of the this segment. So we're going to compare the baseline results to the current results following Larry's information and dialogue. We've got 7 in now, all 7, and we see a pretty dramatic shift from what we previously had to let's see, let me go back and look. Larry just cited them to you. We had 3 that were concerned and 4 that were extremely concerned. And I believe this is now really, we have 1 just concerned and 6 that are extremely concerned about the current condition. Yeah. So it's a 6-1 split, but there's unanimity that these are concerning times and concerning matters. Any discussion or observations about that change?
David, let's thanks for the poll, and I'd certainly welcome comments, but I do have a question still from Mayor Pro Tem Sites and Councilwoman Smith, and
I'll yield the screen back.
Thank you, David.
So on that screen that Chris, or I'm sorry, Mr. Lindsay had on before, it listed, yep, all of these different mitigation opportunities. And we haven't talked yet about the fee increases in our question answer portion of this. I just want to make sure I understand who the infrastructure fee would be levied on. Would that be, where would that come into? Is that for developers working in our community? Is that on our utility, our water bills? Where is that coming in from?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll ask Chris Lindsay to answer that. This would require council approval. I spoke broadly when I described many of the fees of the city are at the choice of the city manager. This particular one would is in ordinance and would require the city council's approval. But Mr. Lindsay, would you describe that further, please?
Happy to. So the existing infrastructure fee is a fee of $6 per month on any existing water account.
But I was asking, so this is to our residents, is that correct?
This hits anyone that receives a water bill, so residents or businesses,
commercial,
$6 a month.
all of that, but
Yes,
not
ma'am.
specifically for development. So we had talked, I feel like there's a very large appetite in our community to have development pay its own way and to up, not just maybe tap fees, but some of the infrastructure costs associated with new development. Have we looked at any of the economics of that situation, increasing those fees as well? And then I just want to, I think my guess is staff needs some pretty clear direction because we have such a compressed window to figure out what we're going to do, particularly if any of the options have to go to the vote of the people. And so I'm at the point where I'm worried that I'm not going to give you enough focused direction because I want to keep every option at the table and fully vet it against each other. And so that's not narrowing it for you the way you probably would prefer. You know, I hear Councilor DeMott's frustration that we have just said, hey, let's defer this ballot question for another year because we want to figure out what our financial wherewithal is going to be to do if it passes, and we have to assume it passes, the financial wherewithal will be to do the level of work associated with that ballot question. So I can see how that would be frustrating. We deferred that one and now we're talking about these. However, I think these actually set us up for a better ability to run our operations and have the capacity if you know, when next year we put it on and if it passes and we have to explore that. So I would like to let staff know that I want to have a really robust investigation as to all of these potential new revenue sources. And with tax increases, if we're going to go to a tax increase, I get really nervous that I feel like we are already so dependent on sales tax as a community. We have talked for the last 2 years at least about wanting to diversify our revenue streams. And so, you know, as much, and I am supportive of potentially doing a sales tax increase, but I would like us to actually consider property tax as well. You know, constantly increasing our sales tax, that is a very regressive tax strategy. It impacts the lowest income community, members of our community with the lowest incomes more than it does our high wage earners. So can we look at both options at this point? And then we have to have a very talk about the need for clarity, what residents would benefit from it, how specifically they would benefit from it, because everyone is going to be feeling pain. And so we can't expect our residents to want to give us a blank check. We're going to have to be very prescriptive and have a high level of integrity of how we both message and how we follow through if we're to go that direction. But at this point, I would like us to at least continue to explore it. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Mayor Pro-Tem. I appreciate the feedback. And, you know, yes, as I described a moment ago, the idea, as mentioned, was first, this is a starting point for all of these subjects. There's much work to do. 4 months ago, we didn't understand our short-term financial impacts. We have a better idea of that now. We've got our cash burn rate. We know what things are happening. We know what businesses are open, which businesses are not. So that's matured. We're going to keep working. We've had 15 public meetings thereabouts with many of these things on the table, and there are probably more to come in terms of doing the kind of expenditure changes, cuts, reductions, however you want to call it. As Councilmember DeMott just described, I don't think that there's any one of these revenue measures that would be feasible to solve all problems and take Westminster back to where it was 6 months ago. I think that's probably not likely, and it's difficult for the whole community to have these 5 stages of grief, right? That we're all in and trying to progress and continue to move forward while keeping our vision and mission related there too. So I appreciate your comments, and as I mentioned, I think it is a matter of due diligence while we are meeting in public, and it's difficult to get measured, statistically valid and relevant feedback from the community. I'm recommending, as a due diligence matter, a professional poll that could give Westminster residents the opportunity to share their perspective on these things. But Councilmember Smith, you have a question in the chat, and I would welcome you to that. And if I may, I think we've been going for a solid hour and a half and we'll answer your question. But then, Mayor, if it would be your pleasure, I would recommend a break. Actually, may I just say I'm ready for one, sir, if you would be so gracious after Councilwoman Smith.
Well, I call you too much, Larry. And go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you. So questions that I have just kind of coming into this is the timing. Are you looking for us to have answers to what we're moving forward with today, or are these things that are coming before council as far as what we need to be looking for in the next few months to head into our budgeting process in September? Because if that's the case, then we would need to look at each of these, and probably much to Mayor Pro Tem and I personalities going more in depth as far as analysis. But and this kind of goes to my reservation side about not making quick decisions without fully vetting and looking at the impacts, and particularly with the item bullet point of retail marijuana, because I would want to know, have we talked with our officers and what that looks like, and vetting out all of these potentials. And so that was one question. And then I'm also curious about, I know that we had a survey go to residents regarding COVID specifically. That survey never came before council as far as what was being asked. So I'm interested to understand from the residents' perspective about the COVID situation that they feel that we are in the city. So I don't know. I believe that there were some innovative thoughts that we wanted to seek from residents. So in order for me to really dive into these budget questions, I also want to hear from the residents on that survey and what that came from. And then kind of finally, I just don't feel comfortable enough that for the last couple of months that we've given out, whether it be CARES dollars or reserve dollars or city dollars, to help with housing assistance, to help with everything, businesses, to then increase our fees and taxes. It just doesn't equate to me in a logical manner as far as help. I don't feel like that's necessarily, I know that we're trying to make up revenue, but that's not the right area for me to do that, me personally, because it doesn't logically make sense. When I look at a personal household budget, you have to look at core. So then as a city, core services, water, police, fire, streets. So that to me comes first. And then what are the needs and the wants after that? And so that's particularly what I'm looking at in this budget is, okay, so what are our needs first? And then follow that, but also looking then, Larry, to your larger perspective of where are we going to be out next year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and how this is impacting us on the long term. Because I think I said yesterday that I'm interested in looking at getting through right now, but also how does this impact us long term? And so I don't, while we have some information leading up to the long term, I don't have enough information at this point to be making and nailing down on these decisions. And so that was going back to my first question, timing of answers. For staff, what are you looking for as far as timing?
Okay, thank you. I think I had sort of questions in 3 dimensions. Help me with that. I was concentrating on that very carefully, but I want to make sure I got all 3. Related to CARES, let me just address that. I appreciate that it's unusual relative to CARES funds going out, obviously, but that federal stimulus did not allow the city to backfill its revenue. Otherwise, this would have been a mitigating factor in our short term. Same time, while we are receiving and dispersing $9 million in CARES funds that we hope will bolster the economy, create jobs, keep businesses in business, and create sales tax, which will mitigate that. We didn't have the opportunity to merely backfill our lost revenues. And given that we're anticipating it to be as much as $25 to $30 million, it wouldn't have backfilled all of those or solved our problems. Related to the long term, it's just difficult to understand. We're trying to Thank you. And Mr. Tripp, if you'd like to make a comment or two, sir, we'll feel free to do this here. He's got a comment in chat. I think that, as you say, you can anticipate some proposed budget changes, reductions, cuts, whatever the case may be, through an evolution of our workforce getting smaller in time with attrition, et cetera, and our hiring freeze that's in effect. This was a starting point for today. So first, it's the beginning of this conversation about what that looks like, and you got a little bit of a feel for that. I would say relative to core services, always keep in mind that it takes a measure of administrative activities to make the core services go round. Those two things are in harmony with one another to make sure that if you have a police force, you got to have a payroll department. And that's the simplest of things, but it expands way beyond that, of course, in terms of complexity. And I would just say lastly, we're going to continue to work on this every day, and we're content to set future study sessions for additional discussion. Of course, we're working on our proposed draft budget as is. Many of these things will take place over at different periods of time. The only thing that is time sensitive is the concept of, in the month of August, the Westminster City Council referring a question to voters. And that would, to my mind, and I would poll for a consensus here at this meeting if the staff should move forward with a statistical survey of the residents to ask about these various things relative to revenue and perhaps retail marijuana and fees and other things, so that we can perhaps understand and be informed by our public in a statistically valid way what those feelings and sentiments are in terms of their financial confidence and ability to pay additional taxes to maintain, frankly, to maintain core services at their current level or at some different level. So I'm just sort of looking. I see Councilor Smith, maybe you have a follow-up question. Let me just check with you to see if you have further questions. And then
the COVID survey, I think I asked about that last week as well, about when we would get those results and what came of that.
I'll defer to somebody else to talk about the COVID survey, but I'm referring to something very specific about the willingness and interest in tax matters. There hasn't been any survey to that. That's a poll that I'm proposing as a measure of due diligence next step. But Mr. Tripp, would you care to comment on that COVID survey and then on polling, sir?
Yes, I think we can deliver that tomorrow with that background, Councilor Smith. I wanted to interject here because I've been listening to this, and you've had great questions. I have to tell you, Council, your patience with all this has been extraordinary. Thank you. This is a lot of information, and what I want you to understand is that we're not asking you to decide anything tonight. And I think there's been so much come at you, and there's been so many questions and back and forth that you may think that something needs to be done tonight. All that we need to do today is to understand if there's anything that we've talked about that's immediate in nature. And the immediate things in nature are going to come back in later August, which would be potential ballot initiatives. If there's anything that you don't want us spending more time on right now, that's what we're looking for. What we'd like to do, what we'd suggest to you is that these ideas that we've talked about in terms of a ballot initiative, that we spend a couple more weeks vetting those out. As Larry mentioned, do some polling, which would mean we'd have somebody make some phone calls and ask some kind of base questions to give you some idea of people's reactions. And then if we felt that the polling indicated, and we were able to legally bring something on the ballot that made sense in helping our financial position, we would put it on a council agenda for you to act on. And then even at that point, you could decide not to move forward. So we're just asking to keep those options open. Now that's different than marijuana sales, unless you decide you wanted that on the ballot, which you could. It's different than fees and some of these other issues, such as the cigarette tax and the recreation and the golf fees, because those are actions that we can take, some of which I can take myself, but I'd want your support on, and others that you would have on your council agenda. But for right now, for tonight, I want you to understand that you don't have to say yes or no to anything tonight, that all we're asking you to do, basically, we built up to this by giving you the big picture that there are financial issues. And then we've zeroed down in the last half hour to the revenue options that you have. And we would bring those forward for you to consider within the next 4 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. And Mayor Atchison, it'd be your pleasure. I think now's a good time for a break right here at the top of the hour. And would you give us a time to return, sir?
Let's try to take no more than 5 minutes. So let's just say 2:05, we're going to restart.
When are we going to do our TikTok video?
Is that a question to the whole council?
Absolutely.
All right, we're, looks like all of council is back. Anita, you still had a question you were asking to propose. So let's go ahead and get yours. Then I'd like to try to bring this to some conclusion on this particular item.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just was going to say with the really compressed timeline that we have, I was going to express my willingness and see if there was willingness from my council to have some special meetings so that we could discuss. It's really hard for some members of this council and myself being at the top of that list to be given such, you know, such a big, complex decision and being asked to deliberate and make a decision in real time. So it might need a multiple of meetings to get to if you are asking us to refer a ballot measure for a tax increase. So I just wanted to let you know I'd be willing to do special meetings if my colleagues are to help us get there.
Catherine, you had a comment?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Sites that this is going to be hard for me to get to. So I would also appreciate maybe an extra special session to really talk about it since we are under such a short timeline.
All right. Let me take people back for just a minute. When we talk about the marijuana, the thing that sold marijuana in Colorado was it was supposed to be a big input of funds for schools. Now, if you followed the marijuana industry, where that goes to is what's called the BEST fund. Best Education Starting Now. That fund requires any school district who's applying for money out of there to have a certain percentage of matching funds. Most of the school districts in the Metro District cannot get funds from the BEST fund because they can't come up with a match based upon the financial capabilities of their district. So that's been a kind of a bust as far as I'm concerned of getting funds into the schools for doing things like building new buildings. It doesn't talk about salary, but infrastructure and stuff. And all three of our school districts have suffered from not being able to get matching dollars out of there because they can't fund the match. Now, in the piece that Don has some authority over, primarily in our rec areas, now, I have had a number of discussions with our golf staff and Jason over where are we at compared to our neighbors for the quality of courses that we have and where we're at. We are behind the curve. We're charging far less for the level of course that we provide to what our neighbors charge. Don already has the authority under that to raise that a certain amount each year anyway. So that is something that he can provide to us, that he's got a justification for raising it because we're out of sync with our neighbors and what our competition is. But I would also tell you that we have overbooked sheets every day, and most of our sheets are completely full 2 weeks in advance. Now, because of COVID, the staff made a decision, which is very right, to help with social distance. They went from a 10-minute tea time to a 12-minute. That really has not affected the amount of play, but it has kept the social distancing piece. Back to Dave and others' comments earlier. We said that we were not going to go forward with anything this year on the ballot election. And I am not changing my mind. I will not support anything on the 2020 ballot election as it stands today. If we can't fund it for one, we shouldn't fund it for the others. Now, there are some things that I'm the one still said that I'm concerned about the budget because, first of all, there are too many things that we still don't know. We don't know what the financial impact is going to be between now and the end of the year. If I had a high level of certainty that we absolutely knew more than we do today, I might be more extremely concerned. But I don't have the data to say that we're there. What I have is a lot of things that says could happen or may happen. But in that, I don't see that we've got a detailed information, and crystal balling all we want. The staff is doing everything they can to try to project what they know today into the future. That may not be true. We know when we first started talking about July, we thought we had a good handle on it, and turns out we didn't. If this COVID thing gets worse, we're going to see a bigger impact. We still don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks, of whether or not we're going to see a regression in what we have in our variances. I looked at the reports on Friday, and we haven't done anything to flatten that back out that was potentially keep us from seeing the state invalidate some of our variances. And if that number keeps going the way it looks like it is still doing, that's a very real possibility that we could see more of our restrictions come back that we don't have today, and certainly won't let us move forward. But I understand the need to make some decisions. But what the guidance is right now, we're not trying to make a decision on any of these programs or cuts. What staff is looking for right now, and Don, if I'm not saying it correctly, let me know, is do we have an appetite for being on the ballot in 2020 with anything, regardless of what it is, but anything? My personal opinion, no, I'm not going to support it. But before we wrap up, I'm going to poll all of the council to see where you're at about a potential 2020 ballot. We can have the additional meetings, but staff has to have some kind of guidance. Are they working toward a ballot initiative? Or are they just coming back to give us more data? And with the timeline we have, we're at the next week is the first week of August. So we've got about 4 weeks before we would have to make a final decision of what would be or would not be on a ballot if we go that route. But anything that's going to go to the voters, in my opinion, is asking for trouble, because we have got such a diverse economy right now and so many people hurting. I would not feel confident going to them and saying, I want you to increase taxes on anything. I think that would be a slap in the face. Larry, have you got anything else on your presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any more presentation slides, and on behalf of Chris, our entire finance team, I want to thank you and City Council for your attention and so much work today. We've covered so much ground, and by my clock, I think we've been at this for right about 5 hours, which is a lot, and much more to come. There's still much more to do to get into our proposed budget. So at this point, it's no further comments from Chris or I or our staff, but looking for your direction as you've described.
All right, Don, do you have anything you want to add on right now?
No, Mayor, I think you've summarized it. I guess what I would ask for is that you allow us to do some work on this and have something in front of you, and that you reserve your options during the month of August to allow us to put a ballot initiative together and to do some research on that, to do some polling between now and then, and give you data to make that decision by the end of August. And the only reason I asked that, I understand the mayor's concern. You know, we went into this year with the same sort of concern. We've thought about ballot measures previously, but we're in such a unique time right now that we're really needing to look at all of our options, and we're here today to lay out all those options for you. At the end of all of it, it's your decision as to whether you want to move forward with that. It's our belief that we ought to leave those options open at least for another month, and see what maybe a measure looks like, how you come together as a council and what you decide you'd like to do, with the benefit of another few weeks of work, including polling. But thank you. Appreciate your deliberation and your great questions today. I think that Larry, you've done a great job of bringing the council a long way down the road of understanding what our situation is.
All right, hang on a minute. I'm trying to figure out, make sure I didn't. Oh, there they are. I had them covered up. So I will take it that the question you'd like to have answered is, are we willing to go forward and get the polling that Larry has suggested before we try to make any kind of a decision, along with coming back with some additional information before we try to make a decision about anything to do with a 2020 election? Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the question to the council right now is, are you supportive of getting the polling done, and then having this come back potentially to a special meeting to be determined, and have more data available for us before we try to make any kind of a final decision on a ballot question? Everybody understanding my ask? All right, Rich, yes or no?
It would not hurt to have more data. I would have to be very convinced.
Okay, David?
I'm still thinking, if you don't mind going through everybody.
All right, John? I know you just got your mouth full.
So the question is, do we take this to a survey to the people and take those results? Is that what we're asking to do right now?
Just do we do the poll, have staff come back with additional information that would support either a question or a no question? But we're not making a final ballot question decision today. It's basically getting the data. Lindsay?
I would support sitting staff out to do that, yes, and get a feel for it. Here's my concern though. I'm hearing about, so we're just not hearing about this on July 26th ourselves. I don't think the public has the feeling of the gravity of what we're facing. I mean, we do now. How do we, between now and November 4th, have the population, have our residents know that? And I guess that would be my concern, but I don't think it would hurt to have a survey and more information. So I would support that, yes.
All right, Lindsay?
I would like information, but the only way I would support it is if we get the wards on this year's ballot. I can't support putting something on the ballot for one for the other. So if we move forward with polling, I think we should have the polling question that we talked about for the last 2 months. Otherwise, I'm not supportive.
Okay, Catherine?
Yeah, I think polling is good information. Yeah, I'll support it.
All right, Anita?
So I think Councillor Voles brought up a really good point. How are we in the time that we're allotted going to be able to do a statistically, like, craft, distribute, and analyze the results back from a statistically valid survey? I believe we have about 4 weeks total between today and when we'd have to refer the ballot measure. Am I right with my calculation of time there?
You're pretty well there. About 4 weeks.
So I mean, I am supportive. I think we're actually in a pretty dire situation, and I think reasonable people would see that this is going to extend beyond 2020 into 2021. And I think reasonable people could also be concerned that retail habits might change dramatically. I think in order to go forward, we'll need to simultaneously look at all of these additional potential revenue options with a really tightening our own belt strap as much as we can. So we're really going to have to look at the expenditure side. And I would challenge some of those policies that we have. It really, I think if we're going to ask our residents to really dig deeper and at a time where they're facing financial crisis, to give a little bit more for the community, we have to make sure that we have really pruned back everything that we can. So I want more information, but I do want it on both sides of the balance sheet. Does that make sense? Or of the ledger. So, and I am a little bit concerned about us being able to get statistically valid survey results in time.
All right, Dave?
Thank you. And thank you for giving me a little bit more time to get my thoughts together. And I think it's along the same thing that I shared a little bit ago. You know, I don't know that I can support this or even spending money on going out. I feel like we haven't made some of the hard choices inside, and now we're asking our residents to potentially make some hard choices. I'm concerned about doing anything like this when we don't have the ability for people to have real dialogue with us in a meeting with this body as a whole. I know each of us probably have some level of communication with our residents, but it's just not the same as somebody being able to come to one of these meetings. And I can't imagine the circumstance right now if we're not able to meet in person, where I'm going to support something like this, where we don't give the opportunity for people to come in dialogue. I look at some of our neighboring cities and some of the tension they have right now because they passed some pretty hot topic measures that didn't allow citizens to comment the same way that they normally would, and that's causing tension. And I could see the same thing with this, and I think it's fair because this is going to impact people. So I can't support this right now. I understand the situation. I think we need to do some more self-reflection before we come up with these kind of solutions. And it's unfortunate because we are I understand the situation we're in as well. But I just don't know that these are the answers that I could support.
Okay, let me be clear. The polling that Larry is proposing is strictly around finances of the city, no other subjects. We're not talking about ballot initiatives other than what's connected to our potential budget piece that he talked about here. We're not talking about putting a question on their poll about wards and districts. So I have two people who are, I believe, understanding their comments, are not in supportive. I have 5 that are. And that is only for the polling to be done. And I'm like several of you, I don't think that there's going to be a lot of time that we can spend on this polling that's going to get a very broad piece. With 4 weeks to have the question determined and get it ready for a ballot question, if that's what we decide, I think it's going to be a real stretch. And I don't know how well it's going to be done. Doesn't mean it can't be done. I have concerns with it, but not enough that I would say I want to stop getting the information we have. I still am not convinced that we have all the numbers of how much our budget impact's going to be, how bad it could be, what's going to happen if we have to do a reversal. There's just so many things that are not answered, and it's not that staff isn't trying to answer them, they just don't have the answers or can't get them. We don't have that kind of a crystal ball. But I understand asking for some feedback. I don't know that I want to do a poll about Don increasing the cost of golf. That's not anything to do with it. That's already determined. We know that that's needing. Don has the authority. He doesn't even need to ask us. He's telling us we need to. His staff is telling us we're out of sync. Does it pick up a lot of revenue? Not a lot, but it does pick up some. Lindsay, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify that. And I know that you just clarified that the polling doesn't involve the ward and districts. And I just want to clarify that it was a all or nothing for me. So I'm not supportive of it due to the fact that we cannot or are not going to include that wards and districts.
And I took it as that. You were
Okay, thank you.
and they were the two.
Thank you.
All right, right now, Larry, you and Don have 5-2 to support some polling. I'd like you to make sure that the council is aware of what is the polling you're doing and what is the question being asked when you get ready to put that out. So when it comes out, we're aware of what you're asking. We don't get caught blind from a citizen.
We'll do that, Mayor. What I would anticipate is oftentimes those people who run such things would have some guidance and suggestions, given their professional experience in undertaking many of those things in the past, and some of them for the city of Westminster as well. So I think what we would do based on this outcome is reach out to those people very quickly, obviously on a very short timeline, and get some consultation on, as you know, if a poll is very, very long, it's very difficult to get meaningful feedback. So we would want to get some professional input from somebody, describe our situation. I know that David here is our associate, is taking very keen notes, as are all of us. And so we'll try to organize those and proceed with some measure of a poll that makes sense, and of course would not surprise you, Mayor or council members, as to a citizen providing a response.
All right.
Thank you.
And my statement on this again, no polling goes out that the council hasn't seen before it's released. All right, before we wrap up, there's two people that have been sitting on this for all the time we've been here, did all the work to prep us for this, get it all ready, and for the most part have been sitting silent for the last 2 days. That's Matt Williams and Cody Erb. So to both of you, thank you very much. Matt, I hope you have the day off tomorrow at least, but I know you don't because you got city council tomorrow. But thank you for the time. And thank you for putting it together. To the staff, thank you for all the work you did on this. It's been a long 2 days. I think I'm going to go find out if John Vola's got well drinks or not at his place. Yep, skip the wine. Let's go to bourbon. But to all of the staff, I know you've spent a lot of time prepping for this. You've got a lot of hours here. You've been very diligent about sitting here, even those that weren't presenting, trying to help aid to answer the questions. So thank you for the work you did on that. I just I'm glad that we had the ability to sit here as much as we could. True, we'd always like to do these in person, but today is what it is. But thank all the staff, council. Thank you for all the time you've been here yesterday and today, getting ready for this. We're not done. This is one meeting of several that's going to take place over the next few weeks, next couple of months, until we get into October, when we have to approve that final budget. So stay tuned. We've got a lot more left. Don, is there anything you'd like to do to wrap up?
No, I think the staff would join me in just saying thank you to the council for the same thing I said yesterday, all the time that you spent the last 2 days, how attentive you were, how hard you worked together. I think I'm really, really proud to have been with you the last 2 days. This is a tough conversation. You probably get home tonight, you're going to ask yourself, how the heck did I get in a situation where I was asked to do something and we've got to turn around in 4 weeks to make that decision? And that's fair, and I'm gonna help answer that for you. This situation was really revolving around the month of July, and we're reporting to you as quickly as we can what happened as a consequence of the revenue from the month of June. And I just, in closing here, I want to thank Larry and the finance staff. Really, what they turned around to have it available even today was absolutely remarkable. And it wasn't just the calculation of the information, but it was the analysis and assessment. I can't even imagine the number of hours that must have gone into this, but I thank you for that. The other thing is that David and Mike, this is not the way you normally do business. We all know that. And we started off at 7:45 a.m. yesterday morning, not even knowing if we were going to be able to do business this way. We found a way through that thanks to Matt, Cody, and others. But so just about as challenging as anything could possibly be. And I think about the amount of information that was shared and how positive the conversation was and how much progress was made. I'm very optimistic. Whether we go to a ballot initiative at the end of the year or not, we're going to find an answer through this because you've got good people working on it. And you are now working together, I think, very strongly to get us down the road. And I appreciate that a lot. And we have our work cut out for us. So we'll be back in touch. Thank you.
Don, just a reminder, we still have a piece on the protocols to be done that we're still looking for Mike and David to participate in. And we'd like to get that on the calendar as soon as we can. Okay. All right, everyone. The bars are open till 10 p.m. Just remember, you don't get to go past 10. Otherwise, you're drinking at home. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very
Thank you, Mike and David and all of staff
Thanks.
and my colleagues.